Welcome to 3 a.m. Static. In the dead of night, the static whispers. Turn off the lights, close your eyes, and let the darkness guide you. Tell us where and when you're listening, because at 3 a.m., you're never truly alone.
Story 1. The Cursed Causeway. The Wipers fought a losing battle against the relentless downpour, smearing the already blurred vision of the coastal road ahead. Rain lashed against the windows of Liam's aging Volvo, a rhythmic percussion accompanying the nervous chatter of his three friends crammed into the cramped interior. This was supposed to be a fun getaway, a weekend escape from the suffocating routine of city life. Instead, the air hung heavy with a foreboding that intensified with every mile swallowed by the unforgiving landscape. The coastal region was a stark contrast to the vibrant brochures they'd consulted. Gone were the sun-drenched beaches and charming fishing villages. Instead, a grim panorama unfolded, jagged cliffs clawing at a turbulent sea, the sky a bruised purple, the land itself seeming to shudder under the weight of the storm. Even the silence, when the wind momentarily subsided, felt oppressive, a heavy blanket woven from unspoken anxieties. Sarah, ever the pragmatist, nervously tapped her fingers on the dashboard. "Liam, are you sure about this route? This feels different." Liam, gripping the steering wheel, his knuckles white, forced a chuckle. "Relax, Sarah. It's just the weather. A bit dramatic, maybe, but nothing to worry about." He glanced at Ben and Chloe in the back, their faces mirroring Sarah's apprehension. He felt the prickle of unease himself, a discordant note in the forced camaraderie. This wasn't just bad weather, it felt malevolent. A sense of being watched, of unseen eyes scrutinizing their journey, settled uncomfortably on his shoulders. Suddenly, with a sickening groan, the engine sputtered and died, leaving them stranded in the desolate expanse of the coastal road. The rain continued its relentless assault, transforming the world into a blurry, watery canvas. Liam tried the ignition again, but the engine remained stubbornly silent. The silence that followed was even more chilling than the storm's fury. "Great," Ben muttered, his voice tight with frustration. "Just great." Stuck in the middle of nowhere, in a downpour, with no cell service. As if to punctuate his words, a flash of lightning illuminated a dilapidated structure hunched against the cliffs in the distance, an old, abandoned causeway, its skeletal remains stretching out into the turbulent sea like decaying fingers. It seemed to beckon them, yet simultaneously warned them away. Before anyone could speak, a figure emerged from the swirling mists, a silhouette against the stark landscape. He was an elderly man, his face withered and lined like ancient parchment, his eyes like chips of dark flint. He approached the car cautiously, his gait slow and deliberate, his presence casting a palpable chill despite the warmth inside the vehicle. "You shouldn't be here," his voice was a raspy whisper, carried on the wind. "This place, it's cursed." Chloe, her usually bubbly demeanor replaced with a nervous tremor, rolled down the window a crack. "Cursed? What do you mean?" The old man leaned closer, his breath misting in the cold air. "This causeway, it's seen things. Terrible things. People who've come here, they haven't left. Not all of them, anyway." He paused, his eyes lingering on each of them, as if searching their souls. "Turn back. Go home. While you still can." Liam, feeling a surge of unease despite his attempts at bravado, waved him off dismissively. "Thanks for the warning, but we'll manage. It's just a car trouble." Inside, he felt a knot of unease tighten in his stomach. The old man's words echoed in his mind, a disquieting counterpoint to his attempt at nonchalance. The very air seemed to vibrate with an ominous energy. The old man just shook his head slowly, a gesture of grim resignation, before disappearing back into the mist as quickly as he had appeared, leaving them alone with their mechanical failure and a growing sense of dread. The rain showed no sign of abating, and the dark, brooding presence of the causeway seemed to loom larger with each passing moment. Liam tried again to contact roadside assistance, but the phone remained stubbornly dead. The reality of their situation began to sink in. They were truly isolated, stranded in a desolate place shrouded in an atmosphere thick with palpable unease. The old man's words, though dismissed initially, now haunted them. The storm, the broken-down car, the ominous causeway, it was all beginning to feel orchestrated, a prelude to something far more sinister. The setting sun dipped below the horizon, plunging the landscape into a premature twilight. The colors bled into a palette of bruised purple and menacing gray, mirroring the mounting tension within the car. Even the rain seemed to fall with a heavier, more deliberate rhythm. The silence between them was punctuated only by the rhythmic swish of the wipers and the occasional groan of the wind. As darkness fully enveloped them, strange things began to occur. Faint whispers, like disembodied voices, seemed to slither from the mist. Shadows danced at the periphery of their vision, shifting and reforming into shapes that defied comprehension. Flickering lights appeared in the distance, fleeting glimpses of something both terrifying and intriguing. It was more than just the storm. This felt like something else entirely. Something ancient and malevolent. Ben, ever the skeptic, tried to rationalize the occurrences. "It's just the storm playing tricks on our minds," he said, forcing a laugh that sounded hollow even to his own ears. But his voice lacked its usual conviction, and a flicker of genuine fear danced in his eyes. Chloe, her usual cheerful demeanor gone, clutched a worn copy of Edgar Allan Poe, her knuckles bone white. The book offered little comfort against the mounting horror. She shivered, not entirely from the cold. Sarah, her pragmatism slowly eroding under the onslaught of unsettling events, spoke in a low voice, her eyes wide with apprehension. "This isn't natural. This feels wrong." The old man's warning, once brushed aside as superstition, now echoed in their minds with chilling clarity. The curse he spoke of, once a mere anecdote, was beginning to feel alarmingly real. The abandoned causeway, the storm, the whispers, the shadows, it was all beginning to coalesce into a terrifying, inescapable reality. Their initial camaraderie, forged in the shared excitement of the road trip, began to fray under the pressure of mounting fear. Accusations and recriminations flew, fragile friendships strained under the weight of unspoken terror. The isolation, the darkness, the palpable sense of being watched, it was all chipping away at their resilience, revealing the raw fear that simmered beneath the surface. The night was far from over, and whatever lurked in the shadows of the cursed causeway was only just beginning to reveal itself. The journey, intended as an escape, had become a descent into a nightmare from which escape seemed increasingly impossible. The darkness deepened, swallowing the last vestiges of twilight. The rain, relentless and unforgiving, hammered against the car's roof, a relentless drumbeat accompanying the rising crescendo of their fear. The whispers, once faint and barely perceptible, grew louder, coalescing into a cacophony of unintelligible murmurs that seemed to penetrate the very fabric of their being. They were no longer just sounds. They were a tangible presence, a chilling breath on the back of their necks. Liam, his bravado completely eroded, fumbled for his phone again, his heart pounding a frantic rhythm against his ribs. The screen remained stubbornly dark, a mocking symbol of their isolation. He tried the radio, hoping for some solace, some connection to the outside world, but only static crackled in response, a discordant symphony of electronic interference. The fog, thick and clinging, began to roll in from the sea, a ghostly shroud that swallowed the already limited visibility. The causeway, previously visible in the distance, vanished completely, its existence now only hinted at by the chilling whispers that emanated from its unseen depths. The world around them shrank, constricting, until only the four of them and the suffocating darkness remained. Ben, his skepticism finally shattered, shivered violently, his eyes darting nervously around the interior of the car. He clutched a tattered map, its lines blurring in the weak light provided by the dashboard. "I don't understand," he whispered, his voice trembling. This isn't possible." Chloe, her face pale and drawn, clung to her book of Poe, her fingers tracing the worn cover as if seeking comfort in the words of a long-dead master of horror. The eerie similarities between the tales she read and their current predicament were unnerving, a chilling premonition of what might yet unfold. Sarah, her pragmatism completely abandoned, stared out at the swirling fog, her eyes wide with a terror that went beyond simple fear. It was a primal dread, a visceral recognition of something ancient and malevolent at work. The whispers seemed to intensify, swirling around them, weaving themselves into the very fabric of the fog. Suddenly, a flash of light, brighter than any lightning they had seen before, illuminated the interior of the car. It was followed by a deafening crash that shook the vehicle to its core. Outside, they heard a cacophony of sound, guttural screams, the cracking of wood, the sickening thud of heavy bodies hitting the ground. Liam, driven by adrenaline and terror, ripped open the door, ignoring Sarah's desperate pleas to stay put. He stumbled out into the fog, his flashlight cutting a feeble swathe through the swirling mist. The air was thick with the stench of salt and something else, something ancient and foul. He felt a hand grasp his arm, a cold, bony grip that sent shivers down his spine. He whirled around, his flashlight beam catching on a fleeting glimpse of something monstrous in the fog, a shape that suggested both human and something far more terrible. He stumbled back into the car, his heart hammering, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He couldn't articulate what he had seen, but the image seared itself onto his mind, a horrifying tableau of something that defied description. The whispers grew louder, closer, weaving into a chorus of voices that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once. They spoke in a language that was both alien and eerily familiar, a primal tongue that resonated deep within their subconscious. The friends, their initial camaraderie now replaced by a terrifying sense of isolation, began to argue, their accusations fueled by fear and exhaustion. Ben blamed Liam for their predicament, his accusations laced with a desperate attempt to shift the blame. Chloe wept silently, her face buried in her hands, overwhelmed by the horror unfolding around them. Sarah, her eyes filled with an unyielding dread, attempted to maintain a fragile semblance of control, desperately trying to reason with her terrified companions. The flickering lights they had seen earlier reappeared, now closer, more persistent. They moved erratically, like malevolent spirits, flitting through the fog, their ethereal glow casting grotesque shadows that danced and writhed like living things. Liam, attempting to regain his composure, tried to reason with them. "We have to stick together," he said, his voice trembling but firm. "If we're going to survive this, we have to work together." His words were met with silence, broken only by the relentless drumming of the rain and the ever-present whispers. The fear was palpable, a chilling entity that hung in the air, stifling their ability to think rationally. The night had only just begun, and the horrors that lurked in the mists promised to deepen as darkness deepened. Their initial weekend getaway had transformed into a terrifying struggle for survival, a fight against a force far older and more powerful than they could have ever imagined. The Cursed Causeway was not just a place, it was a gateway, an aperture into a nightmare realm beyond comprehension. The spectral lights grew closer, their intensity increasing, casting long, distorted shadows that writhed and pulsed like living things. One of them momentarily cut through the swirling fog, revealing a glimpse of a grotesque, skeletal figure, its eyes burning with a malevolent light, its limbs elongated and grotesquely twisted. The sight sent a wave of icy terror through them, silencing their arguments. The figure vanished as quickly as it had appeared, swallowed by the fog, but the image was seared onto their minds. The whispers intensified, growing into a cacophony of voices, a chorus of unseen entities, their words merging into a chilling symphony of dread. The air crackled with an unnatural energy, a palpable sense of malevolence that tightened its grip around them, constricting their breath, suffocating their hope. They huddled together, their bodies pressed against each other, seeking a meager amount of comfort in shared fear. The rain continued its relentless assault, transforming their makeshift refuge into a dripping, claustrophobic cage. The sounds of the storm seemed to blend with the chilling whispers, the two together creating a symphony of impending doom. Hours drifted by, each moment stretching into an eternity of suspense and dread. The boundaries between reality and nightmare blurred, the line between sanity and madness dangerously thin. They were lost, not only in the swirling mists and the unforgiving landscape, but also in a labyrinth of fear, trapped in a nightmare from which escape seemed increasingly impossible. The dawn finally broke, but it brought no solace, no respite from the horrors that surrounded them. The fog remained, thick and impenetrable, and the whispers continued, a constant, chilling reminder of the unseen entities that lurked within. The old man's warning echoed in their minds, no longer a superstition, but a grim prophecy fulfilled. The cursed causeway held them captive, its ancient malevolence a tangible force, and their escape, once a mere possibility, now seemed a distant, impossible dream. The journey had become a descent into a terrifying, inescapable nightmare, and the full extent of the horrors awaiting them remained unknown. The ordeal had only just begun. The fog, though slightly thinner with the approach of dawn, still clung to the causeway like a shroud. As Liam cautiously ventured out of the car, his flashlight beam cutting a weak path through the swirling mist, he stumbled upon something that chilled him to the bone, the remnants of a crumbling stone structure, half buried in the earth and obscured by vegetation. It was a ruin, its stones withered and moss-covered, hinting at a forgotten age. The air here hung heavy with the scent of decay and damp earth, a stark contrast to the salty tang of the sea. As Liam approached, his flashlight beam illuminated fragments of what appeared to be withered tombstones, their inscriptions mostly illegible, worn away by the relentless assault of time and the elements. Yet, a recurring symbol, etched into the stone, caught his eye. It was a complex design, a swirling vortex of lines and angles, reminiscent of a forgotten language, perhaps a forgotten ritual. A sense of unease settled deep within him, a feeling that something ancient and malevolent pulsed beneath the surface of this desolate place. He called the others. Ben, Chloe, and Sarah emerged from the car, their faces etched with exhaustion and fear. The sight of the ruins only amplified their dread. The chilling whispers, though slightly less intense than before, still permeated the air, weaving themselves into the sounds of the wind and the waves. As they explored the ruins, the recurring symbol appeared again and again, etched into the crumbling stones, carved into the weathered remnants of what might have once been ornate doorways or altars. It was as if the symbol itself was a key, hinting at a dark history, a forgotten tale of violence and despair. The more they uncovered, the more palpable the sense of dread became. The air grew colder, the whispers more insistent. It felt as though the very stones themselves were breathing, exhaling an ancient and malevolent energy. Chloe, ever the scholar, noticed that the symbol bore a striking resemblance to similar markings she had encountered in a forgotten tome on ancient Celtic rituals. The book, a relic from her grandmother's collection, spoke of dark sacrifices and the summoning of otherworldly entities. The parallels were disturbing, unsettlingly close to the horrors they were currently experiencing. She felt a cold dread creep up her spine, a feeling that the symbol was more than just a decorative element. It was a mark of something deeply sinister. Ben, still grappling with the shock of the previous night's events, muttered about coincidences and the power of suggestion. He wanted to dismiss the symbol as mere folklore, a trick of the light and the fog. But even his skepticism was wavering. He couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, the sense of an ancient malevolence surrounding them. Sarah, despite her attempts at maintaining composure, could feel the growing tension in the air. The whispers seemed to echo the beating of her own heart, a relentless rhythm of fear. Her rational mind struggled to reconcile the reality of the situation with the ancient horrors unfolding before them. She recognized the primal fear in her friend's eyes, the same fear that had gripped her own soul. The daylight offered little comfort. The shadows cast by the ruins seemed to writhe and move, hinting at something lurking just beyond the reach of their vision. The chilling wind whispered through the shattered stones, carrying with it the echoes of unseen voices. It was a place of palpable sorrow and immense ancient power. As they walked back toward the car, a horrifying discovery awaited them. The same symbol, the same unsettling vortex of lines and angles, was now etched into the hood of their vehicle. It wasn't a mere painting or sticker. It seemed as though it had been burned into the metal, the lines glowing faintly, pulsing with a faint, malevolent light. Panic threatened to consume them. The symbol, previously confined to the ruins, had now invaded their world, their sanctuary. It was a chilling sign, a mark of possession, a symbol of their inescapable entrapment. The feeling of being watched intensified. It felt like they were trapped in a cage of their own making, and the bars were made of ancient dread. Liam, his resolve hardening, attempted to wipe the symbol away, but it proved impossible. The etching resisted any attempt at removal, as if it were an integral part of the car itself. It remained, a chilling reminder of their predicament, a constant, pulsing reminder of the malevolent force that had claimed them. The whispers intensified, becoming a chorus of disembodied voices, weaving a tapestry of fear and despair. The lines on the car seemed to writhe and shift before their eyes, the faint glow growing brighter, pulsating with an unnatural energy. The ground beneath their feet seemed to tremble, and the air vibrated with an unseen power. Sarah, her composure finally breaking, started to cry. The endless barrage of fear and horror had finally overwhelmed her. The others sought to comfort her, but their own fear mirrored hers. The relentless whispers, the malevolent symbol, the decaying ruins, it was all too much. They were trapped, ensnared by something ancient and powerful, their escape seeming as impossible as ever. Night fell once more, bringing with it a fresh wave of dread. The fog rolled in again, thicker and more ominous than before, obscuring the already limited visibility. The symbol on the car pulsed with a brighter light, casting grotesque shadows that writhed and danced in the gloom. The whispers became louder, more insistent, more terrifying. They seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once, weaving themselves into the fabric of reality, twisting their perceptions. The friends huddled together in the car, seeking the little comfort that could be found in their shared fear. The rain hammered down, the wind howled, and the whispers continued their relentless assault, an endless chorus of dread. The causeway, once a path of potential adventure, had become a living nightmare, a gateway to a realm of ancient evil. Their ordeal was far from over. They were prisoners of a cursed land, and their escape, once a glimmer of hope, now seemed a distant, unattainable dream. The symbols, the whispers, the ruins, they were inescapable reminders of their plight. They were trapped in a living nightmare, and the horrors awaiting them stretched out into an unknown, terrifying future. The cursed causeway was their prison, and their captors were unseen, malevolent entities of unimaginable power. The relentless whispering intensified, morphing into a cacophony of guttural hisses and whispers that seemed to claw at the edges of their sanity. The faint, pulsing glow from the symbol etched onto their cars had flared, casting grotesque, writhing shadows that danced in the swirling fog. Liam, his face pale with fear but his eyes blazing with a desperate determination, grabbed a heavy wrench from the car's toolkit. He was ready to fight, to defend them, even if he didn't know exactly what they were defending against. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream ripped through the night, shattering the oppressive silence. It was Sarah. A horrifying shriek of pure terror that sent chills down their spines and clawed at the very fabric of their being. Ben and Chloe lunged towards the source of the sound, their hearts pounding like war drums in their chests. They found Sarah crumpled on the ground, thrashing violently, her body contorted in a grotesque parody of human form. Her face, illuminated by the eerie glow of the symbol on the car, was contorted in an expression of unimaginable agony. Invisible fingers seemed to be tearing at her flesh, leaving trails of bleeding welts that appeared and disappeared in the fog. Her screams were punctuated by ragged gasps for air, her body shuddering with each unseen attack. Liam, his eyes wide with horror, swung the wrench, wildly lashing out at the unseen assailant. He connected with something solid, something that felt like a taut membrane, causing a sickening thud that echoed through the night. For a fleeting moment, the attack ceased, and Sarah's screams died down to whimpers. But then, the invisible assault resumed with renewed ferocity. The unseen entity, whatever it was, seemed to be fueled by Sarah's terror, its attacks growing stronger, more relentless. Its presence, though unseen, was palpable, a malevolent force that pressed down on them with suffocating weight. The air crackled with an unnatural energy, the ground trembled beneath their feet, and the whispers intensified, weaving a tapestry of fear and despair that threatened to engulf them entirely. Chloe, her face ashen with terror, scrambled for her grandmother's book, the one detailing the ancient Celtic rituals. She flipped through its brittle pages, her fingers trembling, desperately seeking an answer, a solution, a way to break the curse that had ensnared them. She found a passage describing a ritual to banish malevolent spirits, a dangerous ritual that required a specific incantation and a rare herb that grew only in places of immense sorrow. Meanwhile, Ben, despite his earlier skepticism, was fighting back tears, his fear palpable. He helped Liam restrain Sarah, holding her close, trying to offer comfort, even as the unseen entity continued to torment her. His rational mind was gone, replaced by a primal need to protect his friends from the horror that threatened to consume them. The ritual described in the book was a desperate gamble, a perilous undertaking that required them to confront the entity directly. It was a choice between a desperate attempt at survival and certain doom. The incantation required a clear voice, a steady hand, and an unwavering belief in its power. But the entity's presence was overwhelming, its unseen attacks relentless. Their fear was a palpable thing, suffocating them, threatening to break them. Liam, fueled by adrenaline and a fierce will to survive, held the wrench aloft, his eyes fixed on the swirling fog. He was ready to confront whatever lurked within it, ready to fight for their lives, even if it meant sacrificing his own. He yelled at Ben to find the section about the herb in the book, while he tried to protect Sarah from further attacks. Chloe, her voice trembling but determined, began to recite the incantation, her words barely audible above the howling wind and the relentless whispering. The incantation, ancient and powerful, seemed to resonate with the very air around them, creating vibrations that felt like they were tearing the fabric of reality apart. The entity reacted violently to the words, its attacks becoming more frenzied, more brutal. The ground beneath them seemed to heave and buckle, the fog swirling into a vortex of terrifying shapes and shadows. The car shook violently, its tires slipping on the slick road. The symbol on it had glowed with an unbearable intensity. As Chloe continued the incantation, the fog began to clear, revealing the monstrous form of the entity. It was a creature of shadows and darkness, its form shifting and amorphous, its eyes burning with malevolent hatred. It resembled nothing human or earthly, a creature born of nightmares, a being of pure, unadulterated evil. Its presence was a wave of overwhelming dread, a suffocating force that pressed down on them with crushing weight. The creature lunged at Chloe, its shadowy claws reaching out to tear her apart, but Liam, with a roar, swung his wrench with all his might, connecting with the creature's form with a deafening clang. The impact seemed to stun the creature for a fleeting moment, giving Chloe enough time to finish the incantation. With the final word, the ground trembled, and a blinding light erupted from the vortex of fog. The creature screamed, a sound that seemed to tear at their souls, and then it vanished, leaving behind only a lingering chill and the scent of ozone. Sarah's body relaxed, the violent tremors ceasing. Her breathing slowly returned to normal, and her eyes fluttered open. The relief that washed over them was profound, but the exhaustion and lingering fear were evident on their faces. They were alive, but the ordeal had left them shaken to their core. The symbol on the hood of their car faded, the glow disappearing, leaving behind only a faint discoloration. The whispers ceased, the oppressive atmosphere lifting, replaced by a nervous quiet. The curse seemed to be broken, at least for now. But the memory of the unseen horror, the chilling confrontation, would forever haunt their memories. They looked around at the cursed causeway, the fog beginning to recede. They had survived. But the question remained, had they truly escaped the cursed causeway, or were they simply granted a temporary reprieve? The answer, they knew, remained elusive, buried somewhere deep within the heart of the ancient ruins and the malevolent entity that had attempted to claim their lives. The experience had left an indelible mark, not only on their bodies but on their souls, forever transforming their perceptions of travel and the terrifying unknowns that lurk beneath the surface of seemingly ordinary places. The lingering fear was a stark reminder that some journeys lead to places beyond comprehension, places where the darkness holds sway, and escape is never guaranteed. The car, miraculously still running, lurched forward, its tires spitting gravel as Liam wrestled with the steering wheel. The fog, thick as a shroud, clung to the ancient stones of the causeway, obscuring their path. Each meter gained felt like a victory snatched from the jaws of oblivion. Sarah, pale and trembling, clung to Ben, her breathing shallow and ragged. Chloe, clutching the worn book to her chest, chanted softly under her breath, a counterpoint to the rhythmic thump of the engine and the crunch of the tires on the uneven road. The whispers, though diminished, still lingered, faint echoes of the malevolent chorus that had nearly consumed them. They felt like icy tendrils, snaking around their minds, whispering insidious doubts, questioning their escape, planting seeds of fear in the fertile ground of their exhaustion. The memory of the creature's shadow, its horrifying form shifting and amorphous, was etched onto their retinas, a nightmare playing on repeat. Its eyes, burning with malevolent hatred, remained a haunting image, seared into their memories. The causeway seemed to stretch on forever, a labyrinth of ancient stones that twisted and turned, leading them deeper into the heart of the unknown. The oppressive atmosphere, though less suffocating than before, still hung heavy in the air, a tangible reminder of the horror they had narrowly escaped. Liam drove with a fierce determination, his knuckles white as he gripped the steering wheel, his gaze fixed on the barely visible road ahead. He dared not slow down, fearing that the slightest hesitation would invite the creature back, that the curse would reassert its hold. The silence in the car was punctuated only by the engine's hum and Sarah's occasional whimpers. The experience had stripped them bare, leaving them vulnerable and exposed. Their carefully constructed realities had crumbled, replaced by a raw, visceral understanding of fear. As they navigated the winding causeway, the landscape began to subtly shift. The ancient stones seemed to writhe and twist, as if the very land itself was writhing in protest. The fog, though thinning, held a different quality, a chilling stillness that seemed to permeate their very being. The trees lining the causeway, previously hidden within the thick fog, revealed themselves, their skeletal branches clawing at the sky like gnarled fingers. They seemed to watch their passage, silent witnesses to their ordeal. Suddenly, Liam swerved violently, narrowly avoiding a deep fissure that had opened in the road, its jagged edges like the teeth of some monstrous beast. The car bounced violently, almost throwing them from their seats. The impact jarred them back to the present, reminding them of the precariousness of their situation. They were far from safe, far from the reassurance of normalcy. The escape, it seemed, was only a temporary reprieve. They passed by ancient, moss-covered stones, their surfaces covered in strange symbols similar to the one that had glowed on the hood of their car. Each symbol felt like a malevolent eye, watching their every move, judging their progress, whispering warnings. The air grew colder, the wind whistling through the skeletal branches of the trees, carrying with it a chilling resonance. It was as if the very air itself was pregnant with a malevolent presence. The road eventually started to level out, becoming less treacherous, the terrain changing subtly, revealing a hint of what lay beyond the cursed causeway. As they approached the end, a strange sense of apprehension settled over them. Was this relief or a carefully orchestrated illusion? Had they truly escaped the curse, or were they merely being led into a new, yet unknown, trap? The fog began to dissipate, revealing a breathtaking view of the rolling hills and lush valleys beyond the causeway. It was a stark contrast to the oppressive darkness they had just endured. The sunlight, warm and comforting after hours of chilling mist, bathed the landscape in a golden light. The transformation was so sudden and complete that it felt surreal, almost as if they had stepped through a veil into another world. The abrupt shift from the oppressive gloom to the bright, sun-drenched landscape felt disorienting, leaving them feeling slightly disoriented and deeply unsettled. As they drove off the causeway and into the clear sunlight, a sense of relief washed over them. Yet, it was a fragile relief, tainted by the lingering fear and the unanswered questions. Had they truly escaped the curse? Or had they merely escaped one stage of the nightmare, only to find themselves entering another? The silence in the car was deafening, broken only by the gentle hum of the engine. Each of them was lost in their thoughts, replaying the events of the night, the raw terror of the unseen entity, the desperate fight for survival. The image of Sarah's contorted face, the chilling whispers, the monstrous form of the creature, all of it remained vividly in their minds. They reached the main road, the end of the causeway disappearing behind them, swallowed by the lush green landscape. A sense of normalcy began to creep in, but it was a fragile, superficial normalcy. The trauma of the night had left its mark, not only on their bodies, but on their souls. As they continued their journey, the images of the causeway remained with them, the ancient stones, the swirling fog, the chilling whispers, the monstrous creature. It was a nightmare they could not erase, a haunting reminder that some places hold a darkness that cannot be easily escaped. The escape from the causeway was a victory, but it was a Pyrrhic one. They had survived, but the experience had changed them, leaving them forever marked by the terrifying encounter. The world, once perceived as safe and predictable, now seemed full of unseen dangers, lurking beneath the surface of the everyday. The joy of their escape was tempered by the knowledge that the darkness they had encountered might follow them, lingering at the edges of their consciousness. The shadows, though temporarily defeated, seemed to hold a lingering presence, a constant reminder of the terror they had endured. They might have escaped the causeway, but the causeway, in a sense, had escaped into them, forever altering their perspectives and leaving a chilling uncertainty about the future. The journey had exposed the fragility of their reality, and the chilling truth that some horrors are far more persistent than others. The lingering fear in their hearts was a constant companion, a chilling reminder of the nightmarish journey and the terrifying possibility that the curse might return, stronger and more relentless than before. They had escaped the causeway, but had they truly escaped the curse? The answer, they knew, would remain elusive, hanging like a shroud over their lives. The question hung in the air, a constant, unspoken fear that chilled them to the bone. Their next journey, they knew, would never be the same. Story 2, Flight 427. The Boeing 747, Flight 427, hummed with the usual pre-flight bustle. The rhythmic drone of the engines, a comforting lullaby for seasoned travelers, was quickly overshadowed by a low, guttural groan that resonated through the fuselage. It wasn't the familiar rumble of engine strain. This was something different, something primal. A collective gasp rippled through the cabin. The initial unease was quickly replaced by a low murmur of concern, then a rising tide of anxious whispers. The air, once crisp and recycled, now carried a strange metallic tang, vaguely reminiscent of ozone after a lightning strike, but heavier, cloying. The flight attendants, their practiced smiles strained and pale, moved through the aisles, their reassurances sounding hollow against the growing unease. The captain's voice, usually calm and reassuring over the intercom, crackled with an unfamiliar edge of tension. He spoke of unforeseen weather patterns, of unexpected turbulence, his words doing little to quell the rising panic. The initial bumps became violent jolts, the plane bucking and swaying like a toy in a tempest. Overhead lockers popped open, showering passengers with toiletries and magazines. A small child shrieked, her cry echoing the rising fear in the cabin. The turbulence intensified, becoming a terrifying maelstrom. The plane lurched violently, throwing passengers from their seats. Screams pierced the air, mingling with the groaning metal of the aircraft. The rhythmic thump of the engines transformed into a frantic, erratic pounding, a desperate heartbeat against the onslaught of the storm. The cabin lights flickered, plunging the plane into intermittent darkness, punctuated by the stark glare of emergency exits. It was a chaotic ballet of terror, a silent scream played out against the backdrop of a raging storm. The sense of impending doom was palpable. People clung to their seats, their faces etched with a primal fear. The faces, once relaxed and anticipating a pleasant journey, were now contorted masks of terror. One woman, her face ashen, clutched a crucifix, her lips moving in silent prayer. A businessman, usually impeccably dressed, now had his shirt torn and his tie askew, his eyes wide with a terror that belied his professional composure. The usual distinctions of class and background faded, replaced by a shared vulnerability in the face of an overwhelming and inexplicable force. Then, the darkness came. Not the momentary flickers of the cabin lights, but an all-encompassing, suffocating black. The engine sputtered and died, plunging the plane into an unnerving silence, a void broken only by the occasional sob or whispered prayer. The metallic tang in the air intensified, becoming almost suffocating. A strange humming sound began, a low, resonant drone that vibrated through the bodies of the passengers, resonating deep within their bones. When the lights flickered back on, the plane was eerily still. The turbulence had ceased, replaced by an unnatural calm that was even more disturbing. The humming sound persisted, growing louder, more insistent. The air felt colder, heavier, as if the very atmosphere within the cabin had shifted, altering the fundamental laws of physics. People were staring at each other, their eyes wide with a dawning realization that something profoundly wrong was happening. Strange phenomena began to occur. Objects moved inexplicably, a book sliding across a table, a cup of coffee levitating briefly before spilling its contents. Shadows danced at the edges of the cabin, fleeting glimpses of shapes that were both familiar and utterly alien. Whispers, faint and indistinct, seemed to slither through the air, carrying fragmented words and unsettling images. One passenger, a young woman with fiery red hair, began to scream, her voice echoing through the eerie silence. She spoke of things unseen, of shadows that reached out to touch her, of voices that whispered secrets in a language she didn't understand. Her words, at first dismissed as a hysterical reaction to the ordeal, began to take on a chilling resonance as other passengers reported similar experiences. They too saw things at the edge of their perception, glimmering shapes, shadowy figures, fleeting faces peering at them from the darkness between the seats. The time seemed to warp. Minutes stretched into an eternity, each second dragging on like a lead weight. The concept of linear time seemed to unravel, replaced by an unnerving fluidity, a sense of displacement that eroded their grasp of reality. The metallic smell became stronger, now accompanied by a faint, earthy scent, something ancient and decaying. The shadows grew bolder, their forms solidifying, becoming almost tangible. The emergency lights flickered, and a cold wind whistled through a crack in the fuselage, carrying with it the faint smell of brine and something akin to decay. The crack seemed to spread, growing wider, revealing a glimpse of an alien landscape outside. The stars hung impossibly close, their light an eerie, unnatural glow. The landscape beyond was a twisted parody of reality, a surreal vista of jagged mountains, inky black skies, and a sea of an unnatural, phosphorescent green. Fear, raw and primal, consumed the passengers. The previously civilized atmosphere dissolved into a maelstrom of panic. People screamed, clawed, fought for space, their rationality overwhelmed by the sheer terror of their situation. Their flight, intended to be a journey to a vacation destination, had become a nightmare from which there seemed to be no escape. The once familiar metal tube was now a vessel hurtling through a landscape that defied logic and reason, a place where the rules of reality seemed to have been rewritten by an unseen, malevolent hand. The humming sound reached a crescendo, a wave of sonic energy that seemed to penetrate their very being, overloading their senses. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the humming stopped. The plane lurched violently once more, and the world outside the crack settled into something resembling normality, but it was a normality that felt somehow off. The plane leveled off and the lights returned to their normal state. The passengers, huddled together in various states of shock and disorientation, waited in stunned silence, the profound implications of their shared experience slowly dawning. The flight attendants, their faces pale and their eyes wide with a terror that matched the passengers, moved mechanically through the cabin, offering water and hushed words of comfort that sounded hollow and unconvincing. The world outside the window was normal. But nothing felt normal anymore. The lingering unease was more palpable than any turbulence. The journey had fundamentally altered them, leaving them adrift in a sea of uncertainty. They had been to another place, a place where reality itself was fluid and fear was a tangible force, and the memory of that otherworldly realm would forever linger, a dark stain on the bright canvas of their memories. The escape, if it could be called that, left them more terrified than ever. The world, once familiar and predictable, now felt profoundly unstable and treacherous. The mundane flight, once expected to be a routine affair, had transformed into a nightmarish passage into the heart of a profound and terrifying unknown. The question remained, had they ever truly left? And even more terrifyingly, had the unknown truly left them? The sudden silence was more terrifying than the cacophony that had preceded it. The rhythmic thrum of the engines, the screams of the passengers, the groaning of the aircraft, all gone, swallowed by a void that pressed in on them from all sides. The emergency lights flickered weakly, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to writhe and twist, mimicking the disorientation swirling within their minds. The metallic tang in the air intensified, now laced with a sickeningly sweet scent, like overripe fruit decaying in the summer heat. It clung to the back of their throats, a suffocating sweetness that promised something foul. Then, a crack appeared. Not a small fissure, but a gaping chasm in the fuselage, a jagged tear in the fabric of reality itself. It wasn't a clean break. The metal seemed to have been ripped apart, as if by some monstrous, unseen hand. Through the gaping hole, they saw it. The landscape beyond was a grotesque mockery of nature. Jagged, obsidian mountains clawed at a sky the color of bruised plums. Stars, impossibly close and bright, blazed with an unnatural intensity, their light casting a sickly green luminescence over the bizarre terrain. The sea, if it could be called that, was a churning expanse of phosphorescent green, its surface shimmering with an oily sheen. It pulsed with a sickly light, as if some monstrous creature breathed beneath its surface. No familiar constellations graced this alien sky. only chaotic swirls of light, constellations utterly alien, terrifying in their unfamiliar beauty. The very air seemed to shimmer with an unnatural energy, crackling with an unseen force. Panic, raw and unadulterated, erupted. The carefully constructed veneer of civilization shattered, replaced by a primal scream of terror. People screamed, clawed, and fought, their desperate struggles for survival a testament to the overwhelming fear that had seized them. The floor, once solid and reassuring, felt unstable, as if the plane itself was disintegrating. The air grew colder, chilling them to the bone, the strange sweet smell giving way to something colder, something ancient and decaying, the scent of death itself. A woman in a bright yellow dress, her face twisted in a mask of horror, pressed her hands against the crack, her fingers brushing against the alien landscape beyond. Her screams were swallowed by the wind, a ghostly whisper against the backdrop of the howling wind that now shrieked through the gaping hole, carrying with it whispers of a language they couldn't understand, a language of fear. The wind itself seemed to have a malevolent intent, its icy breath a tangible force that gnawed at their very souls. The interior of the plane felt different. The dimensions were off, shifting and unstable. The aisles seemed to stretch and contract, the seats melting and reforming into unsettling shapes. The air was thick with a sense of wrongness, a dissonance that vibrated at the very core of their being. The walls of the airplane felt like skin stretched over the bones, almost as though they are a live breathing being rather than an inanimate object. The metal seemed to pulse with a sickly green light, mirroring the unsettling glow of the sea below. The emergency exits were now black, impossible to reach, impossibly far. The emergency lighting now only casts an eerie glow that dances off the walls, making the whole plane feel like it was alive. Time fractured. Moments stretched into eternities, then collapsed into fleeting instants. The concept of linear progression disappeared. There was no before, no after, only the overwhelming present, a suffocating weight of the unknown. They were adrift, lost in a sea of disorientation, their minds struggling to grasp a reality that seemed to be actively defying logic. The concept of reality itself is in question. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the descent ended. The plane shuddered, and with a sickening lurch, the crack in the fuselage sealed shut. The alien landscape vanished. The unnatural light faded. The sickeningly sweet smell of decay was replaced by the familiar metallic scent of the aircraft. The silence that followed was even more unnerving than the chaos. The plane was still, impossibly still. The engines were silent. The passengers huddled together in stunned silence, their eyes wide, their faces reflecting a mixture of relief, terror, and an incomprehensible bewilderment. The captain's voice, shaky but present, finally broke the silence. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, his voice strained and uncertain, we experienced some unusual turbulence. We are currently making our way back to our planned destination. Everything is under control." But nothing felt under control. The flight attendants moved through the cabin, their faces ashen, offering water and murmured apologies. Their words were empty, their assurances hollow against the profound trauma that had altered them on a fundamental level. The survivors exchanged terrified glances, a silent acknowledgement of the shared nightmare they had endured. The scars left behind were more than just physical wounds. They reached deep into their souls, twisting their perceptions, distorting their grasp of reality. Outside, the world appeared normal. The clouds were soft and white. The sun shone. But the passengers knew that what they had seen was real. Their journey hadn't just been a harrowing flight. It had been a descent into a realm beyond human comprehension, a gateway to an alternate dimension, a place where the rules of reality itself could be broken, a chilling testament to the terrifying possibilities that lie hidden beneath the surface of everyday reality. The plane might have returned, but they hadn't. A part of them remained stranded in that grotesque, alien landscape, The memory of that otherworldly realm lingered, a perpetual shadow over their lives, a constant reminder of the terrifying fragility of reality itself. The world had changed, irrevocably. It was a change that only they could perceive, a subtle shift in the fabric of existence that only they were privy to. Their flight had not just been a journey to a destination. It was a journey into the depths of the deepest, darkest fears of the human soul, a journey from which there was no true return. The haunting imagery of that alternate reality seared itself into their consciousness, a grotesque masterpiece of unimaginable terror that would stay with them forever, reminding them of the unsettling truth that the world is far stranger and far more terrifying than they could ever have imagined. The familiar world seemed alien now. Everything was just a little bit off. The escape had only brought with it a deeper, more terrifying fear, a constant, gnawing suspicion that they might never truly escape what they had witnessed. And the most terrifying prospect of all was the subtle, unyielding understanding that they might not have been the only ones who had glimpsed the ghastly vista of the other world, the alternate reality that lurked just beneath the skin of our own. The initial shock gave way to a chilling, creeping dread. The sudden stillness of the aircraft, the absence of the usual hum of the engines, was a stark contrast to the maelstrom of terror they had just experienced. It was a silence so profound, so absolute, that it felt heavier than any sound, a suffocating blanket of quietude that pressed down on their chests. The air, once thick with the metallic scent of the plane, now held a strange, earthy smell, akin to damp soil and decaying leaves. It was a smell that spoke of age, of long-forgotten things buried beneath the surface of the world. Panic, however, was not the dominant emotion. It was replaced by a deep, bone-chilling disorientation. The interior of the plane had subtly altered. The familiar layout, once a source of comfort, now felt uncanny. The aisles seemed longer, narrower, distorted, leading to nowhere and everywhere at once. The seats, previously orderly rows, were now jumbled, twisted into grotesque shapes, their upholstery cracked and peeling. The green glow, previously confined to the periphery, now pulsed faintly from within the walls of the plane itself, the metal seeming to breathe, a ghastly pulsating rhythm. It was as if the plane itself was alive, a monstrous organism groaning under some unimaginable strain. A low moan, almost imperceptible at first, began to emanate from the aircraft structure, a sound that seemed to vibrate deep within the bones of the passengers themselves. It resonated with a primal fear, an unsettling symphony of decay and dissolution. The emergency lighting, erratic and flickering, cast long, distorted shadows that danced and writhed like living things. It was not just the plane. The very fabric of reality within its confines appeared to be unraveling. The boundaries of space and time blurred, merging into a chaotic, nightmarish blend. A sense of wrongness permeated everything. The passengers felt small, insignificant, as if mere specks caught in the vortex of some cosmic horror. Attempts at communication proved futile. The radio remained silent, a dead connection to the outside world. The emergency exits, once readily accessible, had vanished. The metal around them seemed to shift and reform, creating an ever-changing labyrinth of impossible corridors. There was no escape. They were trapped, stranded within this disintegrating vessel, in a world utterly devoid of familiar landmarks or logic. The passengers, once strangers, now clung to one another, their desperation a shared language of fear. Whispers filled the unnatural quiet, voices laced with terror and disbelief. They moved cautiously, their footsteps echoing in the abnormal silence, like ghosts in a haunted house. Each creak and groan of the plane amplified their fear, each shift in the structure sending a fresh wave of panic through the already terrified group. The disintegration of the plane became more rapid. Sections of the fuselage crumbled, revealing glimpses of the grotesque landscape beyond. The obsidian mountains loomed closer, their jagged peaks casting long, sinister shadows. The phosphorescent sea churned below, its surface shimmering with an unnatural light that pulsed like a malevolent heart. The sky, a bruised plum color, held no comfort, only a vast, oppressive expanse of an alien world. Individual pockets of terror blossomed amongst the survivors. One man, a former military medic, attempted to analyze the situation, his rational mind struggling against the sheer illogicality of their plight. He examined a chunk of the disintegrating fuselage, his train denoting the impossibly intricate pattern of the damaged metal, a pattern that defied known physics, a testament to some unimaginable force. A young woman, a budding artist, began sketching the horrific landscape they had glimpsed, her frantic strokes capturing the grotesque beauty of the alien world. Her drawings mirrored the disorientation and disquiet of the passengers, her images becoming increasingly surreal and nightmarish, capturing the chilling essence of the nightmare they were trapped in. An older gentleman, a retired professor of history, mumbled theories, drawing parallels between their experience and obscure mythological tales of otherworldly realms and forgotten gods. His words, though laced with a hint of madness, provided a strange comfort, a tentative explanation for the inexplicable. Their attempts at self-preservation, however, were met with constant setbacks. As the plane disintegrated further, they were forced to navigate the changing labyrinth within the craft. The aisles twisted, the seats shifted, the walls themselves seemed to breathe and change, creating new obstacles and challenges at every turn. The very air they breathed felt different, heavier, charged with a strange energy that permeated their very beings. As they moved, they encountered new horrors, objects inexplicably changing form, shadows that seemed to anticipate their movements, and whispers of voices that spoke in a language they couldn't comprehend. Each moment brought new, terrifying discoveries, each turning reinforcing the undeniable truth that they were stranded in a realm beyond human comprehension. One by one, some succumbed to the terror. The initial camaraderie waned as fear and desperation gnawed at their sanity. A few attempted to escape the disintegrating plane, crawling through the gaps and crumbling walls only to encounter unimaginable horrors in the warped reality outside. Their screams were abruptly silenced, swallowed by the hostile environment beyond, leaving behind only the chilling echo of their demise. The survivors grew increasingly desperate, their sanity fraying with every passing moment. Their previous attempts at finding a logical explanation for their ordeal had failed. They were facing a challenge that defied logic, a cosmic aberration that was breaking the known laws of nature and sanity. Each individual struggled to retain a semblance of hope, but the odds seemed stacked against them. Their reality was shifting, the plane was falling apart, and the grotesque landscape of the alien dimension was steadily consuming them. The plane, once their sole haven, now became their prison, a decaying tomb hurtling through a nightmarish landscape. Their struggle for survival was now a fight against the fabric of reality itself, a battle against the disintegration of their world and their minds. The hope of rescue seemed like a distant, fading dream. They were utterly, irrevocably stranded in the heart of a cosmic horror show. The end, it seemed, was inevitable. The rhythmic groan of the disintegrating aircraft intensified, a morbid lullaby accompanying their descent into the abyss. The once familiar hum of the engines had been replaced by a cacophony of unsettling creaks, groans, and the sickening sound of tearing metal. Through the gaps in the fuselage, the alien landscape pressed closer, its grotesque beauty a terrifying spectacle. Obsidian mountains, jagged and impossibly sharp, pierced the bruised plum sky, their peaks shrouded in an unnatural twilight. Below, the phosphorescent sea churned, its waves shimmering with an unholy light, a pulsating, malevolent heart beating beneath the surface. The air grew thicker, heavier, charged with an almost palpable energy that seeped into their very beings, inducing a sense of profound unease. It was no longer the recycled air of a pressurized cabin, This was something else entirely, alien, ancient, and utterly terrifying. Each breath felt like inhaling the essence of decay, a miasma of dread that clung to the back of their throats. The lingering smell of damp earth and decaying leaves intensified, mingling with the metallic tang of the plane's disintegrating structure. Then they saw them. At first, they were mere shadows flickering in the periphery, indistinct shapes that danced in the erratic emergency lighting. But as the plane continued its descent into the heart of this nightmarish realm, the shadows coalesced, taking form. They were creatures of impossible geometry, their bodies a grotesque mockery of organic life. Limbs twisted at unnatural angles, skin stretched taut over skeletal frames, their eyes glowed with an infernal light, burning with an ancient malevolence. Their movements were jerky, unsettling, as if their very forms were struggling to maintain cohesion in this fractured reality. Panic, raw and visceral, seized the remaining passengers. The fragile unity forged in the face of their initial ordeal fractured under the strain of this new horror. Whispers turned to screams, pleas for help choked by the suffocating atmosphere. The previously shared fear morphed into a selfish fight for survival, a primal instinct overriding any sense of camaraderie. The creatures, seemingly drawn by the vibrations of fear, began to infiltrate the plane. They slithered through the gaps in the fuselage, their forms shifting and reforming, adapting to the ever-changing architecture of the disintegrating aircraft. Their presence was a wave of chilling dread, freezing blood in veins and silencing screams. They moved with unsettling grace, a grotesque ballet of horror, their movements defying the laws of physics and logic. The former medic, his rational mind struggling to grasp the impossibility of their situation, attempted to fight back. He brandished a broken piece of the plane's wreckage, a futile weapon against these otherworldly beings. His courage, however, was met with swift and brutal retaliation. The creature's touch was like burning ice, leaving behind searing pain and a chilling numbness. The artist, her sanity fraying under the weight of the terror, continued to sketch, her frantic drawings capturing the grotesque beauty of the creatures, their monstrous forms swirling across the page. Her art, however, offered no solace. Instead, it served as a testament to their deepening despair. The retired professor, his mutterings escalating into incoherent ramblings, continued to weave connections between their ordeal and forgotten myths. His words, once a source of strange comfort, now seemed only to amplify the sense of hopeless despair. The passengers, once strangers united by their shared predicament, turned on each other, mirroring the grotesque chaos around them. Desperation gave rise to violence, the fight for survival degenerating into a desperate struggle for dominance. The whispers of betrayal and accusations echoed through the plane, a grim counterpoint to the monstrous sounds emanating from the alien landscape outside. One passenger, driven to madness by the terror, attempted to sacrifice another to appease the creatures, his actions a horrific reflection of the broken reality that surrounded them. The desperation in his eyes, his complete abandonment of humanity, served as a grim reminder of the destructive power of fear. The plane, their crumbling sanctuary, was no longer a refuge, but a battleground. The aisles became arenas of conflict, the seats obstacles in a desperate struggle for survival. Each groan and creak of the disintegrating metal seemed to incite further violence, the very fabric of their prison echoing the descent into madness. As the plane shuddered violently, another section collapsed, revealing a terrifying chasm that yawned open towards the phosphorescent sea below. The creatures, taking advantage of the breach, swarmed through the opening, their malevolent presence seeping into the heart of the aircraft. The few remaining survivors, their minds fractured by fear and exhaustion, fought not just for survival, but for their very sanity. The fight became a desperate scramble for control, a desperate grasp at the fading vestiges of sanity, against the onslaught of the creatures and the crushing weight of the disintegrating plane. It was a battle against the grotesque landscape beyond, against the creatures of the abyss, and against their own deepest fears. Hope dwindled to a faint flicker. The once bright emergency lights pulsed weakly, reflecting off the glazed eyes of the survivors, their faces mirroring the horror that surrounded them. The rhythmic groaning of the plane reached a fever pitch, a final death rattle, as it plunged deeper into the heart of the nightmare. The end was imminent, their fate sealed within the broken confines of their aircraft, their souls consumed by the boundless, terrifying expanse of a reality beyond human comprehension. The chilling symphony of their demise echoed through the abyss. And then, only silence. A silence as profound and terrifying as the nightmare itself. The silence that followed the plane's final, agonizing groan was not the peaceful quiet of death, but a heavy, oppressive stillness that pressed down on the remaining survivors. It was the silence of a world holding its breath, a silence pregnant with the unknown. The phosphorescent glow from the sea below, visible through the gaping maw in the plane's fuselage, cast an eerie, ethereal light on the few battered and broken bodies huddled amidst the wreckage. The air, thick with the metallic tang of blood and the cloying scent of decay, hung heavy, suffocating. For a long moment, nothing moved. The grotesque creatures, seemingly satisfied with their work, had retreated to the shadows, their presence felt only in the chilling absence of sound, the unsettling stillness that held the remnants of the plane captive. The artist, her eyes wide and unseeing, clutched a sketchbook stained with blood and charcoal, her hand trembling as if she still felt the brush of the creature's icy touch. The professor, his incoherent ramblings silenced, slumped against a mangled seat, his lips moving silently as if trying to articulate the unspeakable. The medic, his face a mask of pain and disbelief, lay still, his broken weapon clutched in his lifeless grip. Then, a flicker of movement. A small, almost imperceptible shift in the shadows. It started as a tremor, a subtle disturbance in the otherwise motionless scene. Then, a glint of metal, caught in the phosphorescent light, caught Elias's eye. Elias, a young man who'd been quietly observing the horrific events unfolding around him, had seemed remarkably unaffected by the fear that had consumed the others. His expression remained calm, almost serene, even in this horrific situation. He'd been a librarian before the flight, a man of books and quiet contemplation. Now, his quiet observation was about to turn into something far more active. He crawled towards the glint of metal, his movements slow and deliberate. He had seen it earlier, partially obscured by the debris, a small, oddly shaped metallic device nestled amongst the twisted wreckage of the plane's control panel. It was partially embedded in the fractured metal, its surface scratched and dented, but it pulsed with a faint, internal light. As he reached the device, he felt a strange energy thrumming through the metal. It was a low hum, almost imperceptible to the ear, but palpable to the touch. It sent a shiver down his spine, not of fear, but of anticipation. It was unlike anything he'd ever encountered, a technology that seemed to defy the very laws of physics. He cautiously reached out, his fingers brushing against its cold, smooth surface. The light intensified, bathing his face in its pale glow. It felt strangely familiar, resonating with something deep within his memory. With a gentle tug, he managed to free the device from the wreckage. It felt surprisingly light in his hand, almost weightless. It was roughly the size and shape of a vintage pocket watch, but far more intricate. Its surface was covered in symbols that resembled ancient runes, alien yet oddly familiar, sparking a faint memory of forgotten texts he had once read. He felt a strange pull towards it, a sense of recognition that transcended simple understanding. This was no ordinary device, it was a key. He examined it closer. A small, almost invisible button was embedded on the side. He hesitated, his heart pounding in his chest. This was it. His only chance. This mysterious device could be their only hope, but what would activating it entail? He thought of the unimaginable horrors he had witnessed, the grotesque creatures, the decaying plane, the sheer despair of their situation. The cost might be high, but the alternative was unthinkable. He felt an overwhelming need to act, not out of bravery, but necessity. It was survival's cold imperative. He pressed the button. The device flared with intense light, casting bizarre shadows that danced on the wreckage and the faces of the other passengers. The runes on its surface glowed with an unearthly luminescence, pulsing rhythmically, as if a heartbeat echoed within its metallic shell. The air crackled with energy, the humming intensified to an almost deafening roar that reverberated through the plane. A vortex of swirling light, a chaotic maelstrom of colors beyond human comprehension, began to form around the device. The remaining passengers stirred, their gazes fixed on the strange device in Elias's hand, their faces a mixture of hope and apprehension. It was not the hope of rescue, but rather the desperate grasping at a possibility, an escape from this nightmarish realm. The professor mumbled something about a rift between worlds, his voice regaining a semblance of clarity. The artist, still dazed, stared at the vortex with wide eyes, her gaze filled with a strange mixture of horror and fascination. Even in their desperate state, the human instinct to create, to document, seemed to override the sheer terror. The vortex pulsed, growing larger, its swirling colors intensifying, its energy resonating with a palpable power. It was a gateway, a breach in the fabric of reality, a passage to the unknown. Elias felt a powerful pull, a force that sought to draw him into its depths. He looked at the others, their faces etched with a mixture of hope and trepidation. Their eyes, reflecting the swirling lights of the vortex, held a desperate question. Would this be their salvation, or their final descent into madness? He made the difficult decision to step into the unknown. He took a deep breath, the smell of ozone and decay filling his lungs, and stepped into the vortex. The last thing he saw, before being engulfed by the swirling light, was the artist's hand reaching towards him, a final, desperate attempt to grasp at a fading hope. What lay beyond the vortex remained unknown. Whether Elias found salvation, or a fate far worse than the nightmare he had escaped, remained a question unanswered. The only certainty was the chilling, open-ended mystery surrounding Flight 427, a journey that transcended the boundaries of reality, leaving behind a haunting tale of terror, a glimmer of hope, and the unsettling silence of the unknown. The silence of a world that might well hold far more horrors than those already encountered. A silence broken only by the faint, lingering hum of the strange device, a testament to a journey's end, and perhaps, a terrifying new beginning. The silence spoke volumes, the silence screamed. Story 3, The Hotel on Blackwood Hill. The biting wind whipped around me as I pulled up to the Blackwood Hill Hotel, its silhouette a jagged tooth against the bruised purple of the twilight sky. The sign, barely clinging to its rusted post, creaked mournfully in the gale, the chipped paint whispering tales of a forgotten grandeur. It felt less like a welcoming inn and more like a skeletal finger pointing accusingly at the unforgiving landscape. My rented car, a sensible sedan that felt utterly inadequate against the desolate grandeur of the setting, shuddered as a particularly vicious gust hit it. I felt a shiver that had little to do with the cold. The hotel itself seemed to lean precariously on the edge of the cliff, clinging to the hillside like a stubborn weed. Its windows, dark and vacant, stared out at the churning sea below, their reflection a distorted mockery of the stormy sky. The stone facade, once proud, was now scarred by time and weather, its surface pitted and crumbling. Ivy, thick and gnarled, clawed its way across the walls, like ghostly fingers reaching out to grasp at passing souls. As I approached the heavy oak door, a gust of wind slammed it shut with a resounding boom that echoed through the desolate expanse. For a moment, I was trapped between the howling wind and the imposing silence of the hotel, a tiny, insignificant figure dwarfed by the vastness of the unforgiving landscape. The air itself seemed to thicken, becoming heavy with a palpable sense of foreboding. It was a silence that spoke volumes, a chilling absence of sound that hinted at something lurking just beyond perception. The bell above the door was muted and barely audible above the wind's roar, its tinkle a fragile sound in this desolate setting. After what felt like an eternity, a figure emerged from the gloom within. He was tall and gaunt, his face obscured by the shadows of a wide-brimmed hat. His movements were slow, almost deliberate, as if he were wading through treacle rather than walking across a wooden floor. His eyes, when they finally emerged from the darkness, were unsettlingly vacant, devoid of warmth or any hint of human emotion. They were the eyes of a creature long accustomed to the shadows. He didn't speak, merely gestured with a bony hand towards the interior. The air inside was instantly different, a heavy, cloying stillness replacing the biting wind. It was thick with the scent of dust, damp wood, and something else, something faintly metallic, like old blood. A faint, almost imperceptible humming resonated through the building, a low thrumming that seemed to vibrate in my bones. The lobby was dimly lit, the only source of illumination a single flickering gas lamp that cast long, dancing shadows across the walls. The furniture was antique and worn, its plush velvet upholstery stained and faded, the ornate carvings worn smooth by time and neglect. Everything felt ancient, heavy with the weight of years and untold stories. The man behind the counter, if you could call it that, didn't ask my name, didn't ask to see my ID, simply pointed a skeletal finger at a worn register. He produced a quill pen, its nib seemingly sharper than it had any right to be, and with a flourish that seemed oddly theatrical, he scribbled my details, barely more than a name and a room number, on a crumbling piece of paper. The whole process felt clandestine, hurried, as if he were eager to get me into my room and back out of his sight. He handed me a key, a heavy, tarnished brass key that felt strangely cold to the touch, its surface etched with symbols that looked suspiciously like ancient runes. The number 13 was engraved upon it, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the number held more significance than just a rune designation. It felt like a mark, a brand, a sign that I was entering a realm that lay beyond the ordinary. My room was at the end of a long, dimly lit corridor, the air growing colder with each step I took. The floorboards groaned under my weight, the sound echoing eerily through the oppressive silence. The walls were lined with faded portraits, the faces of long-dead guests, their eyes following my every movement. They seemed to watch me, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and a chilling, almost malevolent, amusement. Room 13 was exactly as I expected, bleak, depressing, and unnervingly cold. The wallpaper was peeling, revealing patches of dark, damp plaster beneath. The bed was draped with a threadbare coverlet, its faded floral pattern a testament to a bygone era. The air hung heavy with the same metallic scent that permeated the lobby. A single window looked out at the churning sea, its reflection a distorted mirror of my own growing unease. I tried the window latch, but it was stuck fast. It was a minor detail, but it added to the growing sense of confinement. The room, and the hotel itself, seemed to be subtly resisting my presence, pushing back against my attempt to assert myself within its confines. The night was long and restless. I could hear the wind howling outside, its mournful cries punctuated by the distant crash of waves against the rocks below. The humming sound that I had noticed earlier intensified as darkness deepened, a constant, low thrumming that seemed to resonate deep within the very structure of the building. Sleep was elusive. Every creak and groan of the old building seemed to be amplified in the suffocating silence, each a hint of something moving just outside my perception. I started to notice small things, a flickering shadow in the corner of my eye, a faint whisper in the oppressive stillness, the almost imperceptible shifting of objects in the room. My nerves, already frayed from the unsettling journey, were stretched taut. As the dawn finally broke, casting a pale, uncertain light through the grimy window, I noticed something else. Etched onto the underside of the window sill, almost invisible in the dim light, were more of those strange runes. They were identical to those on my key, and they seemed to pulse faintly with an inner light. Their meaning remained a mystery, but the chilling feeling that I was trapped, observed, and not alone remained as tangible as the cold, damp stone beneath my feet. The Blackwood Hill Hotel was more than just an old, dilapidated building. It was a vessel, a conduit, a place where the veil between worlds was thin, and the line between reality and nightmare blurred into an unsettling uncertainty. My check-in was not merely an arrival, but an entry into a realm of secrets, shadows, and a chilling, unspoken dread that held me prisoner within its crumbling walls. The wind howled outside, a relentless symphony of unease, and I knew my stay was only just beginning. I was far from home, lost, and utterly alone in the heart of a terrifying mystery, a mystery that the unsettling silence of Blackwood Hill was reluctant to surrender. The unsettling quiet of the hotel was deceptive. It wasn't the silence of peace, but a pregnant stillness, heavy with unspoken dread. It was in the subtle shifts, the almost imperceptible changes, that the true unease began to reveal itself. First, it was the lights. The single gas lamp in the lobby, already flickering erratically, began to dip and surge with an unsettling rhythm, casting grotesque, elongated shadows that danced across the ancient furniture. It felt like a malicious eye, opening and closing, observing me from the darkness. Then, there were the sounds. Faint whispers seemed to slither from the walls, fragmented words and phrases that I couldn't quite decipher, yet held a chilling familiarity. They were like echoes of forgotten conversations, half-remembered nightmares murmuring just beyond the edge of hearing. Later, in my room, the sounds grew more distinct. A rhythmic creaking, like the slow, deliberate rocking of a chair, emanated from the far corner. I strained to see through the gloom, but saw nothing. Then, a scraping sound, a low, dragging noise, like something heavy being pulled across the floorboards. Again, nothing. My heart pounded in my chest, a frantic drumbeat against the ominous quiet. These were not the sounds of an old building settling. These were deliberate, purposeful noises, designed to unsettle and disorient. Sleep remained elusive. I tossed and turned, the threadbare covers offering little comfort against the pervasive cold. The humming, that low, resonant thrumming that permeated the entire building, seemed to vibrate through my very bones, a constant, unsettling presence that kept me tethered to a state of heightened anxiety. The portraits on the wall seemed to shift and change, their vacant eyes following my every move, their expressions a mixture of morbid curiosity and malevolent amusement. Their stares seemed to burrow into me, draining my energy, feeding on my fear. In the small hours, I experienced a disorienting shift. The sounds grew louder, the whispers more distinct. I could have sworn I saw movement in the periphery, fleeting shadows that danced at the edge of my vision. The air grew heavy, thick with a metallic tang, the smell of old blood, intensified. My breath hitched in my throat, a primal, instinctive fear clawed at my rational mind. I was losing my grip on reality, the boundaries between waking and dreaming blurring into a nightmarish uncertainty. Then came the tapping. A soft, insistent tapping that began subtly on the window pane and escalated in intensity. It was like a relentless finger drumming on the glass, a deliberate, rhythmic percussion that hammered at my sanity. I pressed myself against the wall, my heart thudding in my ears, trying to convince myself it was merely the wind, a trick of the light, a product of my overactive imagination. But deep down, I knew it was something else. Something sinister. Something malevolent. The tapping continued, relentless and unnerving. The metallic smell grew stronger. The humming increased in intensity, resonating with the tapping in a terrifying symphony of dread. I felt a pressure building in my head, a creeping sense of unreality that threatened to engulf me entirely. The familiar shapes of the room began to distort, the walls shifting and undulating like water, the objects within morphing into grotesque parodies of their former selves. The sense of being watched, already intense, intensified tenfold. I could feel eyes upon me, invisible, yet palpable, a presence that surrounded me, permeating the very fabric of the room. The pressure in my head intensified, a pulsing throb that resonated with the rhythmic tapping. My vision blurred, the edges of the room swimming into a chaotic blur. Reality fractured, splintered into 1,000 distorted images, each more horrifying than the last. I scrambled back from the window, away from the insistent tapping, desperate to escape the suffocating pressure that threatened to crush me. My legs felt weak and unsteady beneath me, as if rooted in quicksand. I stumbled, my hand striking something solid in the darkness. I groped around, my fingers encountering a smooth, cold surface. It was a heavy, tarnished brass key, identical to the one that had been given to me at the desk. But this one was warm, almost burning to the touch. The tapping ceased abruptly. The humming faded, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. The distorted images cleared, and the room resumed its normal shape. The metallic smell remained, but the pressure in my head was gone. The sense of being watched remained, however, an invisible weight pressing down upon me, a constant reminder that I was not alone, that I was trapped, not only in a decaying hotel on a windswept hill, but also in a nightmarish reality of my own making. The dawn broke, revealing a pale, uncertain light that failed to dispel the oppressive gloom. The runes on the window sill, now visible in the weak light, seemed to pulse with an inner light, radiating a disturbing energy. There were the same symbols etched on the key I held in my trembling hand, the key that appeared and disappeared as if spawned from the shadows themselves. My check-in was not an arrival, but an immersion into a realm where the lines between reality and nightmare were hopelessly blurred, a place where sanity was a fragile thing, easily shattered by the subtle nuances of fear. The hotel itself seemed to be a malevolent entity, a living, breathing nightmare that fed on the terror of its guests. And I, trapped within its crumbling walls, was merely a dish on its macabre menu. The Blackwood Hill Hotel was far more than just a sinister place. It was a gateway, a conduit to a nightmarish reality that promised more unsettling encounters as my stay continued. The silence remained, a deceptive facade, the calm before a storm of further, unimaginable horror. The wind howled outside, a testament to the unsettling power of the place, and I knew with chilling certainty that the worst was yet to come. The daylight, when it finally arrived, offered little solace. The weak, watery sun struggled to penetrate the perpetual gloom that clung to Blackwood Hill, casting long, skeletal shadows that writhed and contorted like living things. The hotel, viewed in the harsh light of day, revealed itself to be even more unsettling than it had appeared in the darkness. The paint peeled from the walls like decaying flesh, revealing layers of discolored wood beneath. The windows, many of them boarded up, stared out blankly, like the eyes of the dead. The air hung heavy with the metallic scent of blood, a persistent odor that clung to the back of my throat and refused to dissipate. I tried the telephone in my room, but the line was dead, a lifeless wire offering no connection to the outside world. The attempt felt strangely futile, a gesture of defiance against the overwhelming sense of isolation that had settled upon me. I tried the door, expecting it to be locked, a confirmation of my confinement. To my surprise, it opened easily, but the hallway beyond was a labyrinth of dim corridors, twisting and turning in a confusing maze that seemed to shift and change with every step. I felt like I was walking through a nightmare, the familiar architecture dissolving and reforming before my eyes, a grotesque mockery of reality. Each door I passed whispered of something unseen, some unspeakable horror lurking just beyond its threshold. The faintest sound seemed amplified in the unsettling quiet, the drip, drip, drip of a leaky faucet echoing down the hall, the rustling of unseen things behind the aged wallpaper. Each step felt like a transgression, a deeper immersion into the suffocating heart of the hotel's malevolence. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of unseen eyes following my every move, judging, assessing, waiting. The silence, once pregnant with dread, had become an active participant in my torment, a void that pressed down on me, squeezing the air from my lungs. The hotel's oppressive atmosphere began to seep into my mind, twisting my thoughts, warping my perceptions. I found myself questioning my own sanity, wondering if the events of the past night had been real or merely the products of a fevered imagination. The lines between reality and hallucination blurred, the boundaries dissolving into a chaotic soup of fear and uncertainty. The portraits on the walls, now bathed in the weak sunlight, seemed to shift and writhe, their eyes following me, their expressions morphing into something sinister, almost predatory. I tried to retrace my steps, to find my way back to the lobby, to escape this nightmarish maze. But the corridors twisted and turned, refusing to yield to my efforts. Each turn led to a new dead end, a fresh wave of disorientation. The hotel seemed to be deliberately resisting my escape, as though it possessed a malevolent intelligence, a perverse will to keep me trapped within its clutches. I found myself in a dead end, confronted by a wall adorned with more of those disturbing runes, pulsating faintly under the dim light. The symbols seemed to burrow into my mind, whispering things I couldn't understand, yet somehow profoundly unsettling. They felt like a language of dread, a code to unlock some terrible secret. Hunger gnawed at my stomach, a stark reminder of my physical needs, a contrast to the overwhelming psychological torment. I remembered the dining room, a vast, cavernous space I'd glimpsed the previous evening. It was a chance to reclaim a sliver of normalcy. The journey to the dining room was another disorienting odyssey. The corridors seemed to stretch and contract, the walls appearing to breathe, the air growing heavy, suffocating. The metallic tang of blood remained, intensified by an overwhelming mustiness that hinted at something far older, far more sinister than decaying wood and peeling paint. The dining room, when I finally found it, was even more desolate than I had imagined. Dust lay thick on the tables, the chairs overturned, the air thick with the scent of decay. A single fly buzzed lazily around a half-eaten meal, its presence a chilling testament to the passage of time. There was no food, no sign of life, only the lingering sense of abandonment, of a sudden, violent departure. I felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness, of utter isolation, a feeling that transcended mere physical separation. The experience was not merely about being physically alone, it was about a profound isolation of the spirit, a severing of connection to the world outside. The hotel itself seemed to actively feed upon this isolation, absorbing my strength, my sanity. The very walls of the building felt like they were closing in, strangling the life out of me. The silence returned, more profound, more terrifying now, as if it contained within its stillness the collective screams of those trapped here before me. The night descended once more, bringing with it a renewed intensity of dread. The sounds returned, the whispers, the creaks, the scrapes, a nightmarish symphony of unease. Shadows danced in the periphery, shifting and reforming, threatening to take tangible form. The tapping returned, insistent and unnerving, this time not merely on the window pane, but on the walls, on the ceiling, a ubiquitous percussion that seemed to vibrate within my very skull. I tried to fight it, to cling to reason, but the hotel's malevolent influence was relentless, insidious, a constant erosion of my mental defenses. As the night progressed, sleep became an impossibility. I remained awake, a prisoner of my fear, trapped in a perpetual state of heightened anxiety. The lines between waking and dreaming continued to blur, the boundaries dissolved into a terrifying blend of reality and fantasy, of horror and delusion. I started questioning everything I saw, every sound I heard, every sensation I felt, unable to separate the real from the unreal. The portraits began to whisper, their voices barely audible, yet filled with chilling familiarity. They seemed to know my deepest fears, my darkest secrets, and reveled in the opportunity to exploit them. The feeling of being watched intensified. I could feel eyes upon me, hundreds, thousands, an unending legion of unseen observers that surrounded me, permeated me, fed on my terror. The pressure in my head intensified, and the metallic taste in my mouth grew stronger. My body trembled uncontrollably, my heart hammered against my ribs, the room seemed to spin, to twist and distort as the hotel's malevolent presence intensified. I was becoming unhinged, my sanity fraying at the edges. In the darkest hours of the night, I saw them. Flickering at the edges of my vision, pale, spectral forms moving through the corridors, their movements slow, deliberate, their eyes hollow and burning with an unholy light. They were the hotel's guests, its prisoners, forever trapped in a nightmarish cycle of terror. They were a silent, haunting reminder of what awaited me. And in that moment, with the weight of their silent suffering and my own impending doom pressing down on me, the utter, inescapable isolation of Blackwood Hill Hotel became a palpable thing, a suffocating blanket of dread that consumed me completely. The dawn, when it finally came, brought with it no relief, only the chilling certainty that my descent into madness was far from over. My isolation was complete, my nightmare had only just begun. The chilling certainty of the previous night hung heavy in the air, thicker even than the metallic scent of blood that still clung to everything. Dawn, instead of offering relief, only served to highlight the oppressive desolation of Blackwood Hill Hotel. The pale, watery sunlight illuminated the peeling paint and shattered windows, casting long, distorted shadows that danced and writhed like the phantoms I had glimpsed in the dead of night. My stomach gnawed with hunger, a jarring reminder of my physical needs in the face of this overwhelming psychological torment. I decided to venture forth again, driven by a desperate need to find some sign of life, some evidence that I wasn't utterly alone in this infernal place. The corridors, however, remained a shifting labyrinth, a mockery of architectural logic, the walls seemingly alive, breathing, constricting. The air grew colder, heavy with a dampness that seeped into my bones, and the metallic tang of blood was now accompanied by a nauseatingly sweet undercurrent, a sickly perfume that spoke of decay and death. As I wandered deeper into the hotel's twisted bowels, a sound reached me, a faint whimper, almost lost in the oppressive silence. It led me down a particularly shadowy corridor, past rooms whose doors seemed to seep shadows rather than contain them. The whimper grew louder, guiding me towards a room at the end of a long, dimly lit passage. Hesitantly, I reached out and pushed open the door. The room was small, sparsely furnished, and dominated by a single, iron-framed bed. On the bed lay a woman, her face pale and drawn, her eyes wide with a terror that seemed to reach beyond the confines of her body. She was dressed in what looked like a faded, silk dressing gown, but the elegance of the garment was utterly at odds with the despair etched into her features. She barely looked at me when I entered the room. Her eyes were fixed on something beyond me, some unseen horror only she could perceive. "Help me," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the low thrum of the hotel itself. Her words were ragged, broken, laced with a despair that chilled me to the bone. Her name, she told me, was Eleanor. She had arrived at the hotel 3 days ago, she said, lured by a promise of tranquility, a peaceful escape from the pressures of her life. Instead, she found herself trapped, confined, unable to leave. She described her days as a blurring cycle of escalating horror, whispers in the darkness, disembodied laughter, the relentless feeling of being watched, followed by the ghastly visions of the hotel's spectral guests. She had tried to escape, she explained, but each attempt only led her deeper into the hotel's oppressive embrace. The corridors shifted and twisted, the exits vanished, leaving her lost and increasingly frantic. She spoke of an unseen presence, a malevolent entity that seemed to feed on the terror of its prisoners. She spoke of the chilling rituals she had witnessed, the whispers of ancient, forgotten gods that seemed to emanate from the very fabric of the building. Her story was chilling, but not unique. Over the next few days, I encountered other guests, each with their own tale of woe, each a testament to the hotel's insidious nature. There was a young man, Arthur, a seasoned backpacker who'd stumbled upon the hotel while hiking, drawn in by a curious light through the forest. He spoke of relentless nightmares, dreams that bled into his waking hours, blurring the line between reality and the nightmarish existence he was now trapped in. There was an elderly woman, Agnes, whose memories were fading, lost in a haze of fragmented recollections, yet her eyes held a stark awareness of the hotel's evil. Each of their stories echoed similar themes: a sudden, inexplicable arrival, a terrifying inability to leave, and the ever-present feeling of being watched, judged, preyed upon. As I spoke with them, sharing my own experiences, I came to a horrifying realization. Blackwood Hill Hotel was not just a hotel. It was a prison, a purgatory for lost souls, a place where time distorted, where the line between life and death blurred, and where hope was a cruel and fleeting illusion. The hotel itself seemed to be a sentient entity, feeding off the fear and despair of its inhabitants. The very structure of the building seemed to amplify the terrors within, a perverse symphony of dread played out in crumbling walls and whispering shadows. The hotel's architecture was deceptive, an ever-shifting maze designed to keep its guests hopelessly lost, their only companions the spectral figures that haunted the corridors. Each of the hotel's guests bore the marks of their imprisonment. Their faces were gaunt, their eyes hollow, reflecting the deep despair that clung to them like a shroud. There was a disturbing uniformity about their attire. It seemed as though the hotel was stripping them of their individuality, reducing them to nameless entities, shadows trapped in an endless cycle of torment. Yet, in their shared misery, there was a strange sense of camaraderie, a fragile bond forged in the crucible of their shared suffering. They whispered stories to each other in hushed tones, sharing their fears, their memories, finding solace in their mutual despair. Their tales were fragmented and often contradictory, but the underlying current of fear and desperation remained constant, a testament to the hotel's malevolent power. Their stories revealed the hotel's true nature, a hunting ground for lost souls, its corridors a maze of despair, its rooms chambers of terror. The hotel was not merely trapping them physically, but also mentally and spiritually, draining their strength and eroding their sanity. The very air itself seemed to vibrate with a malevolent energy, feeding off their terror and despair, strengthening the hotel's insidious hold. The eerie silence of the hotel was punctuated by the chilling whispers of its spectral guests, their voices emanating from the walls, the floors, even the shadows that seemed to writhe and shift around us. The constant pressure in my head intensified, the metallic taste in my mouth grew stronger. The hotel was not only trapping its guests, it was consuming them, turning them into ghosts themselves, to become part of its endless torment. The days bled into nights, the nights into days, a never-ending cycle of fear and despair. The feeling of being watched never ceased. Whether I was alone or with the other guests, the unseen eyes followed me, always present, always judging, always waiting. The hotel seemed to amplify every sound, every creak, every whisper, turning them into menacing noises, a symphony of unease and dread. The faintest sounds, a drip of water, a rustle in the walls, the groan of the old structure, were magnified 1,000-fold, turning the silence into an active participant in our torment. Even the sunlight seemed to hold a menacing quality, accentuating the decay and highlighting the macabre beauty of the hotel's desolation. The fear was no longer simply a feeling. It was a physical presence, a palpable force that seeped into our bones, our minds, our very souls. It was a tangible thing that filled every corner of the hotel, making each breath a struggle, each step a risk. We were trapped, not just by the physical barriers of the hotel, but by the very nature of its malevolent energy, a force that seemed to feed on our deepest fears and amplify them 1,000-fold. The longer we stayed, the more the hotel seemed to possess us, to bend us to its will, transforming us into its silent, spectral residents, eternally trapped within its decaying walls. The horror was not just in the physical confinement, but in the creeping realization that the hotel itself was our jailer, our tormentor, and ultimately, our tomb. The end, when it came, was not a dramatic event, but a slow, insidious erosion of our very essence. The hotel was not a place to escape from, it was a state of being, an inescapable nightmare that would consume us all. The realization dawned slowly, a chilling certainty that seeped into my bones like the pervasive dampness of the hotel. It wasn't just a matter of being locked in, we were trapped. Trapped not by physical bars or locked doors, but by something far more insidious, the very essence of the Blackwood Hill Hotel itself. The labyrinthine corridors shifted and rearranged themselves, mocking any attempt at navigation. Doors that had been there moments before vanished, replaced by blank walls or yawning chasms of impenetrable darkness. The hotel was alive, a malevolent entity that played with its prey, relishing our growing despair. Eleanor, Arthur, Agnes, each of them, in their own way, had attempted escape. Eleanor, driven by a desperate hope, had tried to retrace her steps, to find the entrance through which she had arrived. She described a nightmarish journey through twisting corridors that seemed to multiply and rearrange themselves, each turn leading her deeper into the hotel's suffocating embrace. The faint scent of pine needles, a memory of the forest outside, was quickly swallowed by the cloying sweetness of decay that permeated the building. Her attempts were futile. The hotel simply wouldn't let her go. Arthur, the experienced backpacker, had a more pragmatic approach. He attempted to breach a window, hoping to scale the crumbling exterior and escape into the surrounding woods. He found the window stubbornly sealed shut, the glass reinforced with an unseen force that defied his strength. He recounted how, as he strained against a window pane, the glass seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy, repelling his efforts as if alive. The very stone of the hotel seemed to repel him, pushing him back into its dark embrace, the sounds of the forest fading into an oppressive silence that echoed the relentless certainty of his imprisonment. Agnes, lost in the mists of her fading memory, had wandered aimlessly, hoping to stumble upon a familiar exit. Her attempts were equally fruitless. She spoke of doors that opened into the same room, corridors that ended abruptly in blank walls, and staircases that spiraled endlessly upward, leading only to more confusing hallways. Her fragmented memories painted a picture of her growing confusion and desperation, a chilling testament to the hotel's ability to unravel the very fabric of a person's mind. The hotel was not merely confining them physically, it was breaking them down, eroding their sanity, twisting their perceptions until they were utterly lost, indistinguishable from the building's spectral residents. Our attempts at communication with the outside world were equally fruitless. Cell phones were useless, their signals swallowed by an unseen force. There were no working landlines, and the windows offered no view beyond the enveloping darkness of the surrounding woods. Even our shouts were swallowed by the hotel's oppressive silence, our voices lost in the vast, echoing emptiness of the building. We were utterly isolated, cut off from the world, imprisoned in a nightmarish realm where hope was a cruel and fleeting illusion. The days melted into a formless, agonizing continuum. Time ceased to have meaning, the constant dread blurring the boundaries between day and night, sleep and wakefulness. Sleep offered no respite, only a deepening of the nightmare, dreams of endless corridors, spectral figures, and the chilling laughter that echoed through the decaying structure. Each waking moment brought a renewed sense of despair, a deeper awareness of our helplessness. The oppressive atmosphere, heavy with the scent of decay and the unseen presence of something malevolent, gnawed at our sanity. Our physical state deteriorated as our hopes dwindled. Hunger gnawed at our insides, a relentless ache that was only heightened by the absence of food and water. Our clothes grew soiled and torn, reflecting our dwindling strength and despair. Our bodies bore the marks of our imprisonment, our faces gaunt and pale, our eyes hollow and haunted. We were shadows of our former selves, reduced to gaunt figures wandering the endless corridors, our spirits broken by the hotel's relentless oppression. The spectral figures became more frequent, their presence more tangible. Initially fleeting glimpses in the corners of our eyes, their appearances became more frequent and more menacing. They seemed to feed off our fear, their laughter echoing through the corridors, a chilling reminder of our hopeless situation. Their faces were distorted, their expressions one of malevolent joy, and they seemed to whisper words of dread in a language we couldn't understand yet felt in our very bones. One night, amidst a particularly intense period of torment, I stumbled upon an old, leather-bound book tucked away in a dusty corner of the library. The pages, brittle with age, revealed a history that mirrored our terrifying reality. The book chronicled the dark history of Blackwood Hill Hotel, its construction on an ancient burial ground, the rituals performed within its walls. It spoke of a malevolent entity that had taken root in the hotel, feeding off the fear and despair of its guests, trapping them within its nightmarish embrace. The book described the hotel as a gateway between worlds, a place where the veil between reality and the supernatural was thin, a prison created not by man but by something far more ancient and sinister. This wasn't a random collection of lost souls, but a meticulously orchestrated prison designed to feed the malevolent entity residing within the hotel's dark heart. The hotel was a living entity, and we were its nourishment. The book provided clues to a possible escape, a ritual that had to be performed under precise celestial alignment. The ritual was cryptic, however, filled with arcane symbols and instructions that we struggled to decipher. Despite the challenges, our shared desperation gave us the drive to attempt the ritual. We spent the following nights deciphering the cryptic instructions. The ritual demanded a specific combination of chants, gestures, and offerings, and we had to perform it at the precise moment when the moon was at its zenith. Our attempt was a harrowing, desperate gamble. As we performed the ritual, the hotel seemed to resist. The temperature plummeted, the air thick with a chilling energy. Spectral figures surged from the shadows, their laughter echoing like a chorus of demons. Yet, driven by the flickering hope that the ritual might actually work, we persevered, clinging to each other in the face of the growing terror. When the ritual concluded, an unnerving silence descended upon the hotel, a silence that was more profound, more menacing than any sound the hotel had ever produced before. Then, a single door, previously unseen, manifested itself in the hallway. A single chance at escape. The door presented itself as an escape, but there was a terrifying absence of certainty. Was it true escape, or merely a transition to another chamber of this eternal prison? The only way to know was to walk through. The fate of the other guests remained a haunting question mark. Did they follow? Did they choose their own paths? My memory of the harrowing journey within the Blackwood Hill Hotel, an eternal prison of dread, would linger long after I escaped. It would be a chilling memory, a testament to the malevolent power that dwelled within that decaying structure, a grim reminder of the darkest corners of human experience. The journey out wasn't easy, the path still shifting and twisting. But the promise of escape fueled the remaining embers of hope, pushing me onward through the nightmarish corridors, towards the distant, uncertain light beyond. Story 4, The Midnight Express. The carriage smelled faintly of old leather and coal smoke, a scent oddly comforting amidst the unsettling quiet. Initially, the Midnight Express felt like any other overnight train. The rhythmic clatter of the wheels on the tracks, the gentle sway of the carriage, the hushed conversations of fellow passengers, all were familiar, almost lulling. I'd chosen a window seat, hoping to catch glimpses of the countryside as we sped through the night. But the scenery outside remained stubbornly indistinct, a blur of dark shapes against an inky sky. The moon, a pale disk veiled by wispy clouds, offered little illumination. The other passengers were a disparate collection of individuals, their faces etched with a blend of fatigue and anticipation. There was a young couple, their whispered conversations laced with nervous laughter, an elderly woman lost in the pages of a well-worn book, a businessman engrossed in paperwork, his brow furrowed in concentration, and a lone figure slumped in the corner, shrouded in shadow, their identity lost in the gloom. None of them seemed to stand out, yet, in retrospect, I realize each passenger carried an unnerving aura of quiet desperation. As the hours passed, a subtle unease began to creep into the air. The rhythmic clatter of the train seemed to falter, becoming more erratic, punctuated by unsettling groans and creaks from within the carriage. The lights flickered intermittently, plunging the carriage into brief moments of darkness that were more disquieting than the gloom. Then the unsettling realization struck me: the landscape outside the window was not changing. It remained a constant, unchanging blur of darkness. My initial thoughts dismissed the irregularity as a simple lapse in the scenery. Night travel often plays tricks on the perception of time and distance. Yet a growing sense of unease gnawed at my composure. I attempted to strike up a conversation with the young couple, hoping to distract myself from the mounting anxiety. Their responses were evasive, their eyes darting nervously around the compartment. They seemed as uneasy as I was, though their reasons were difficult to discern. I glanced at the elderly woman, who was now staring intently out of the window, her expression frozen in a mask of silent terror. Her book lay abandoned on the seat beside her. The businessman had stopped working, his head resting on the table, his breathing shallow and irregular. The figure in the shadow remained motionless, their silence adding a heavier layer to the oppressing atmosphere of the carriage. Even the conductor, whom I'd glimpsed earlier, seemed to have vanished, his absence adding to the overall aura of foreboding. The train continued its erratic journey, the passage of time becoming increasingly difficult to discern. The once familiar sounds of the train were now replaced by a collection of disconcerting noises, scratching, whispering, and the occasional, blood-curdling scream from the far end of the carriage. I tried to rationalize it as the result of poor maintenance or a rough track, but my attempts at self-persuasion were unconvincing. Something was fundamentally wrong. A cold dread began to settle over the passengers. A collective silence enveloped the compartment, punctuated only by the unsettling sounds emanating from the train itself. The air grew thick with an indefinable tension. It wasn't just the unusual noises, it was an almost palpable sense of wrongness, a feeling that we were hurtling towards a destination that wasn't on any map, a place that existed outside of normal space and time. At some point, the train lurched violently, throwing passengers from their seats. The lights went out entirely, plunging the carriage into complete darkness. Screams echoed through the darkness, followed by a sudden, ominous silence. When the lights flickered back on, several passengers were missing, their seats empty, their belongings gone. A growing sense of panic swept through those who remained, the whispers of terror becoming louder and more frantic. Cautiously, I moved along the carriage, feeling my way along the wall. The atmosphere was now one of sheer terror. In the darkness, I could hear scratching at the door and the rhythmic thumping of something unseen running along the floor. A chilling gust of cold wind swirled around me, carrying with it the unmistakable scent of decay, as if the very fabric of the train was dissolving around me. I found a small, flickering lamp in the luggage rack and used it to cautiously illuminate the surrounding area. The faces of the remaining passengers were contorted in silent terror. The air was heavy with the smell of sweat, fear, and something else, a metallic tang that sent a shiver down my spine. The shadows themselves seemed to writhe and shift, as if things were lurking just beyond the reach of the light, waiting to pounce. The train finally began to slow, halting with a shudder that echoed the growing unease. The silence that followed was even more disturbing than the earlier chaos. Hesitantly, I approached the doors, my hand trembling as I reached for the handle. As I opened the door, I was met not with a station platform, but with a seemingly endless expanse of desolate landscape bathed in the eerie glow of a blood-red moon. The train was not at a station, it was somewhere else entirely. A place that felt alien, a place that held the promise of something deeply unsettling. The ground stretched before me, barren, scarred, and somehow utterly wrong. A journey into the unknown awaited. A journey that would test my sanity. A journey that would lead me far beyond any map, and possibly far beyond any return. I stood there, paralyzed by fear and apprehension, realizing that this was only the beginning of something truly terrifying. The true horror was yet to come. This wasn't just a train ride gone wrong, it was a descent into a nightmare. The train shuddered to a halt, the abrupt stop jarring me from a state of numb terror. The initial silence was absolute, a void that pressed against my eardrums, heavy with an unspoken dread. Then, a low moan, like the wind whistling through a graveyard, sliced through the stillness. I cautiously opened the door, the rusty hinges groaning in protest. The landscape that greeted me was not the comforting sight of a bustling station platform. Instead, a bleak, desolate plain stretched out before me, bathed in the sickly yellow light of a distorted, oversized moon. The ground was cracked and parched, the earth a sickly gray-brown, devoid of any vegetation. A thin, acrid smoke hung in the air, carrying with it the stench of decay and something else, something indefinably sinister. A single figure stood waiting on the platform, shrouded in a long, dark cloak that seemed to absorb the meager light. Their face was hidden in shadow, but a chilling sense of malevolence emanated from their stillness. They didn't move, didn't speak, merely stood there, a silent sentinel guarding the gateway to something profoundly unsettling. The air around them crackled with an unseen energy, a palpable sense of wrongness that sent a shiver down my spine. Several other passengers emerged hesitantly from the carriages, their faces reflecting a mixture of bewilderment and terror. Whispers of fear snaked through the small group, punctuated by the occasional strangled sob. Nobody dared to approach the cloaked figure, an unspoken agreement binding us in a silent, terrified communion. We stood there, a collection of strangers united by a shared nightmare, unsure of what awaited us, yet certain that it held little promise of comfort. As if compelled by an invisible force, we began to walk towards the figure. The ground crunched under our feet, the sound unnaturally loud in the oppressive silence. The air grew colder, the wind picking up, carrying with it whispers that sounded unnervingly like voices, though I couldn't decipher the words. The landscape seemed to shift and distort as we moved, the horizon blurring and reforming, the moon waxing and waning in an unnatural rhythm. The figure remained motionless until we were close enough to see the glint of something metallic in their hand, a long, curved knife, its blade gleaming faintly in the dim light. Fear, raw and primal, gripped my heart. This was no ordinary train stop, this was a descent into the depths of a nightmarish abyss. The cloaked figure made a gesture, a silent invitation or perhaps a command, and we continued our journey into the desolate landscape. The path was barely discernible, a faint trail across the barren earth. The silence was broken only by our footsteps and the mournful cries of unseen creatures in the distance. The feeling of being watched never left me, the sensation of unseen eyes following our every move. As we progressed, the landscape grew stranger, more alien. The ground beneath our feet shifted and moved, as if alive. Strange, skeletal trees twisted against the distorted sky, their branches reaching out like grasping claws. In the distance, dark, ominous structures emerged, their shapes impossible to define. They seemed to shift and change, as if unsure of their own form, a disturbing reflection of the unsettling reality. We reached a village, or what remained of a village. The buildings were crumbling, their structures twisted and warped, their windows like empty eyes staring out at the desolate landscape. The air here was heavy with the stench of decay, the smell of death thick and suffocating. A few skeletal figures moved amidst the ruins, their movements jerky and unnatural, their eyes hollow sockets devoid of life. They didn't seem to notice us, absorbed in their macabre routines, as if oblivious to our presence. The experience was surreal, the line between reality and nightmare blurring. The village was a place of silent screams, a testament to a tragedy of unspeakable proportions. The feeling of dread intensified, the weight of the unknown pressing down on us, threatening to crush us under its burden. The whispers in the wind grew stronger, now forming words, words of warning, words of despair. We continued our journey through this nightmarish village, each step filled with a sense of growing dread. The unsettling sounds of scratching and the rustling of unseen things kept us on edge, every shadow promising something horrible lurking just beyond the edge of my vision. The faces of the other passengers reflected the same primal terror, their eyes wild with fear. The next stop was even more disturbing. The train pulled into a vast, cavernous station, the platform seemingly endless, lost in shadow and gloom. The air was filled with a thick, suffocating fog, obscuring everything beyond a few feet. The silence was profound, broken only by the drip, drip, drip of water echoing through the cavernous space. The ground felt damp and cold beneath my feet, the very essence of the place seeped with an unnerving chill. As we moved along the platform, the fog began to thin slightly, revealing more of the station's unsettling aspects. The walls were covered in strange symbols, their meaning unknown, but their presence felt as a chilling threat. The architecture was disturbingly organic, like some grotesque imitation of bones and flesh. The very structure seemed alive, breathing, its presence as palpable as the chilling mist. More unsettling beings began to emerge from the fog, creatures of nightmare, their forms twisted and deformed, their eyes glowing with a malevolent light. Their movements were fluid and predatory, their presence a chilling reminder of the true horror of the train's journey. They approached us silently, their intentions unclear, yet their menacing presence was unmistakable. Fear, raw and terrifying, gripped the passengers. We huddled together for protection, yet there was no sense of safety. This was a place outside the rules of reality, where the line between life and death was blurred, where the familiar comforts of logic had surrendered to the power of pure, unadulterated horror. The darkness pressed down on us, the fog swirling around us, threatening to consume us completely. The train lurched again, the sound violent and unexpected, shaking us to the core. Then it departed once more, leaving us in the unsettling depths of that horrific station, and the realization dawned on us, this journey was far from over. The worst was yet to come. Each stop on this infernal midnight express was only a step deeper into the heart of a nightmare, each a prelude to the terrifying climax that awaited us. Escape seemed an impossible dream. Our only hope was survival, though that hope dwindled with each passing second, each haunting glimpse of the nightmarish landscape through the train's window, and each chilling creak and groan of the cursed vessel itself. The rhythmic clatter of the train wheels, once a dull background hum, now grated on our nerves like a discordant symphony. Each clack was a hammer blow against the fragile remnants of our sanity, each shudder a physical manifestation of the growing dread that coiled in our hearts. The initial shock of the desolate landscape had given way to a gnawing unease, a creeping paranoia that whispered insidious doubts in our ears. Were we truly alone? Or were unseen eyes watching us, unseen entities lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike? The whispers started subtly, barely audible murmurs carried on the wind. At first, we dismissed them as the product of our frayed nerves, a trick of the mind playing on our heightened state of anxiety. But the whispers grew louder, more insistent, forming themselves into fragmented words, phrases, sentences that hinted at unspeakable horrors. Words like damnation, sacrifice, and abyss echoed in our minds, chilling us to the bone. The air itself seemed to vibrate with a low, resonant hum, a subsonic frequency that resonated deep within our chests, resonating with the primal fear that gripped us. The passengers, once a disparate collection of strangers, now huddled together, their shared fear forging an uneasy bond. We exchanged fearful glances, our eyes wide with apprehension, searching each other's faces for answers we couldn't find. Silent conversations passed between us, communicated through the language of fear, a tremor in the hand, a fleeting expression of dread, a sharp intake of breath. Each one of us was aware of the fragile threads of hope that bound us together. Once those threads snapped, we would be adrift in this nightmarish ocean of despair. The faces around me began to change. The initial expressions of shock and bewilderment had been replaced by a chilling mask of resignation, a grim acceptance of our fate. Eyes, once bright with the promise of a journey, now held a hollow, vacant stare, the light of hope extinguished by the encroaching darkness. The vibrant hues of our clothing were dulled by the oppressive atmosphere, blending with the monotone landscape that seemed to absorb all color, all life. The very air seemed to weigh heavier, as if burdened by the unseen horrors that surrounded us. One passenger, a young woman who had been relatively composed until now, let out a piercing scream. Her cry was devoid of the usual human agony. It lacked the frantic energy of panic, replacing it with a cold, desolate sorrow that chilled us to our very marrow. It was the scream of someone who had witnessed something beyond comprehension, something that had stripped away her very essence, leaving behind only a shell of despair. The scream was abruptly cut short, as if swallowed by the vast, unforgiving landscape. Silence followed, a silence even more terrifying than her scream. It was the kind of silence that pressed upon us, smothering us with its weight. It was the silence of death, the absence of life, a chilling testament to the horrors that lurked in the shadows. We dared not speak, afraid to break the spell, afraid to draw the attention of whatever was watching us, waiting for us, and the suffocating darkness that pressed in from every direction. The train shuddered once more, and I braced myself for another stop, another descent into the heart of this nightmarish journey. But this time, the feeling of dread intensified exponentially. It wasn't merely the fear of the unknown, or the anxiety of our impending doom. It was something deeper, something more visceral. It was a premonition, a sense of inescapable fate. A low, guttural growl echoed from the depths of the train, followed by a series of unsettling scrapes and claws against the metal walls. The sound sent shivers down our spines, causing us to huddle even tighter, our bodies trembling with the palpable terror that threatened to consume us. The growl repeated, closer this time, almost as if something was attempting to breach the confines of our metal cage. We instinctively knew it was not an animal. The sound was filled with an intelligence far more sinister than any beast. The train lights flickered erratically, casting grotesque shadows that danced and writhed along the walls. The flickering light created the illusion of movement, making the shadows appear alive, sentient, threatening. Each flicker added a layer to the growing claustrophobia, intensifying our feelings of isolation and vulnerability. As the train pulled into yet another station, a new element of horror was introduced, the unsettling silence. This was not the still quiet of a deserted place. This was a void, a blank space where sound should exist but somehow didn't. The only sound was the rhythmic beating of our own hearts, a relentless drumbeat punctuating the unbearable stillness. This absence of sound was far more chilling than any scream, any growl, any shriek. The platform was shrouded in an unnatural fog, so thick we could barely see a few feet in front of us. It was not a simple mist. This fog felt cold, alive, almost sentient, wrapping around us like a shroud. It had a smell, a cloying odor of damp earth, decay, and something else, something indescribably ancient and sinister. We felt an unsettling prickling on our skin, a sensation of countless unseen eyes piercing the fog, observing our every move. As we stepped onto the platform, the fog momentarily parted, revealing a glimpse of the station beyond. The station was not a structure of wood and steel, but an organic horror, a twisted, overgrown mass of warped wood and stone, its grotesque forms reminiscent of bones and flesh. It pulsed faintly, as if breathing, and its presence was utterly terrifying. The sense of being watched, once a mere suggestion, now intensified into a tangible presence. We were surrounded, observed, judged. The other passengers, normally consumed by their individual fears, now seemed to react as one, instinctively moving closer together. Our shared fear created a strange sense of camaraderie, a fragile hope in the face of certain death. We were a unit, bound by terror, and each of us knew that our chances of survival were inversely proportional to the number of stops left on this terrifying journey. The Midnight Express was hurtling towards an unknown destination, and with each passing moment, the certainty of our doom grew stronger. The journey had started with a sense of foreboding, but it was now evolving into something far more sinister, a descent into a realm beyond human comprehension. The growing dread was no longer a whisper, but a deafening roar. The train lurched violently, throwing us against each other, a jarring interruption to the oppressive silence. The lights flickered again, plunging us into momentary darkness before sputtering back to life, revealing a new horror, the conductor. He stood in the doorway of the carriage, silhouetted against the flickering lights, his figure elongated and distorted by the shadows. He was impossibly tall, his frame seeming to stretch and warp, defying the confines of the train car. His face was obscured by the darkness, yet I felt a cold dread seep into my bones, a primal fear that went beyond simple apprehension. It was the fear of the unknown, amplified 1,000-fold, the chilling sensation of being watched by something ancient, something inhuman. He didn't speak, but his presence radiated an unnatural stillness, a chilling calm that somehow amplified the growing terror. His eyes, when they finally emerged from the shadows, were not human. They burned with an unnatural light, a cold, glacial fire that seemed to pierce the very fabric of our souls. They lacked warmth, lacked empathy, lacked any hint of humanity. They were the eyes of a predator, ancient and merciless, judging us with a cold, calculating gaze. As he slowly moved down the aisle, his presence seemed to warp the very air around him. The temperature dropped noticeably, a chill that penetrated our clothes and settled deep in our bones. The air itself felt different, heavy, thick with an otherworldly scent, a mixture of ozone, decaying leaves, and something else, something indescribably ancient and sinister, that clung to the back of my throat, making it difficult to breathe. His footsteps were strangely silent, despite the worn wooden floor of the train. He moved with an unnatural grace, almost as if gliding, his form shifting and flowing, defying the laws of physics. His movements were disturbingly fluid, like a creature of nightmare, a being from a realm beyond our comprehension. He stopped before the young woman who had screamed earlier. Her eyes were now vacant, her body stiff and lifeless. Her face was devoid of all expression, a mask of utter despair. The conductor simply reached out a long, skeletal finger and touched her forehead. A faint blue light emanated from his touch. Then, as if by magic, the young woman vanished, leaving behind only the faint scent of ozone and decay. A collective gasp rippled through the remaining passengers, but no one dared speak. The fear was palpable, suffocating, a silent agreement to accept our fate. The conductor continued his slow, deliberate progress down the aisle, his gaze lingering on each of us, his silence more terrifying than any scream. I watched him with a mixture of terror and morbid fascination. His gaze felt like a physical weight, pressing down on me, crushing the last vestiges of my hope. There was something inhuman about him, something ancient and malevolent, something that had existed long before humanity, and would likely exist long after our extinction. His face, now partially visible in the erratic flicker of the lights, was a grotesque parody of human features. His skin was stretched taut over his skull, giving him a skeletal appearance. His jaw seemed dislocated, and his mouth formed into a silent, chilling grin. His eyes burned with the same unnatural light, those glacial fires that seemed to bore into my soul. There was no humanity in his expression, only a cold, calculated indifference to our plight. He reached me, and his gaze lingered longer on me than on the others. A cold dread washed over me, a sensation of being utterly insignificant, a mere insect before God. I felt a profound sense of helplessness, a complete and utter lack of control over my destiny. Then he spoke. His voice was a low, resonant hum, a subsonic vibration that resonated deep within my chest cavity. It was not the voice of a man, but the sound of grinding stone, the rustling of ancient leaves, the whisper of forgotten gods. The destination, he rasped, his voice barely audible yet somehow penetrating the oppressive silence, is not for the living. He reached out and touched my forehead, the same cold blue light emanating from his touch. This time, I didn't vanish. Instead, I felt a torrent of images flooding my mind, images of a place beyond human comprehension, a landscape of twisted trees, desolate plains, and mountains that seemed to claw at the sky. I saw cities built of bone and shadow, ruled by creatures that defied description, beings of pure nightmare. I saw rituals of unspeakable horror, sacrifices offered to beings of unimaginable power. I glimpsed a dark history stretching back to the dawn of time, a history of suffering and despair, of cruelty beyond imagination. The vision ended as quickly as it began, leaving me breathless and trembling, my mind reeling from the sheer horror of what I had witnessed. The conductor stepped back, his unearthly eyes still fixed upon me. His gaze conveyed a vast, ancient knowledge, a chilling understanding of my fate, and the fate of everyone aboard this infernal train. The train continued its journey into the encroaching darkness. The landscapes outside became more nightmarish with each passing mile, skeletal trees, barren plains stretching into infinity, mountains that seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy. The other passengers were silent, their faces etched with an expression of utter despair. We were prisoners on a journey to hell, our conductor a grim reaper guiding us to our inevitable doom. The train lurched again, but this time it was not a mere jolt. It was a violent, jarring deceleration, the screech of metal against metal, a terrifying symphony of our impending arrival. The train slowed to a crawl, then came to a complete stop. Silence descended once more, a chilling silence even more terrifying than the nightmarish landscape outside. The conductor remained motionless, his eyes still burning with that unholy light, a silent observer of our approaching end. The air itself felt charged with anticipation, a tangible sense of dread that hung heavy in the air, a palpable premonition of the horrors awaiting us at the end of this nightmarish journey. Our destination, revealed only in glimpses through the conductor's terrifying visions, was a place where hope died and despair reigned supreme. The Midnight Express had reached its terminal. And for us, the final stop was oblivion. The doors hissed open, not with the mechanical groan of a typical train stop, but with a sound like 1,000 sighs exhaled in unison, a collective breath of decay and despair. The air outside was thick, heavy with the scent of damp earth and something else, something acrid and unsettling, like burnt sugar mixed with the metallic tang of blood. A wind, cold as a grave, whipped through the open doorway, carrying with it whispers that seemed to burrow into the very marrow of our bones. It was a wind that spoke of ages past, of forgotten horrors and lingering dread. Stepping onto the platform was like stepping into a nightmare rendered in sepia tones. The landscape was a desolate parody of nature, a twisted mockery of earthly beauty. Skeletal trees, their branches gnarled and twisted like the limbs of the damned, clawed at a sky the color of bruised plums. The ground was a cracked, parched earth, the color of rust and despair, devoid of any sign of life except for the occasional, withered shrub that seemed to cling to existence with a desperate, agonizing tenacity. Mountains, jagged and black as a witch's heart, loomed in the distance, their peaks shrouded in a perpetual twilight that seemed to swallow the last vestiges of light. The silence was profound, broken only by the occasional rasp of the wind and the unsettling creak of the train settling on its tracks. It was a silence that pressed down upon us, a suffocating weight that amplified the growing sense of dread. It was the silence of a graveyard, the silence of a forgotten god, the silence of oblivion. The other passengers, their faces pale and drawn, remained frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. We were like statues carved from terror, our eyes wide with a mixture of horror and disbelief. We had journeyed to a place beyond our comprehension, a realm where the rules of reality seemed to bend and break at will. Slowly, hesitantly, I took a step onto the platform, the cold earth sending a shiver up my spine. The air was different here, charged with a palpable energy that thrummed beneath my feet like a malevolent heartbeat. The shadows danced and shifted around me, taking on grotesque and terrifying shapes, whispering secrets in a language I couldn't understand yet instinctively feared. As I moved further away from the train, the landscape grew even more nightmarish. I saw structures in the distance, buildings that defied architectural logic. They were tall, slender towers that seemed to twist and writhe like living things, their surfaces covered in strange, organic growths. Their windows were empty sockets, staring black holes that seemed to suck the very light from the sky. The air crackled with an unnatural energy, a palpable sense of malevolence that chilled me to the bone. My fellow passengers were shuffling forward, each one seemingly guided by an unseen force. They moved like automatons, their expressions devoid of any emotion other than a deep, profound sense of resignation. We were puppets, guided by the unseen hand of our grim conductor. As we moved further into this surreal landscape, I began to see things move in the periphery, shapes lurking in the shadows, eyes watching us from behind the skeletal trees. They were difficult to make out, fleeting glimpses of things that defied description, things that shouldn't exist in the world of the living. The ground grew uneven, cracked and fissured, as if the earth itself was trying to tear itself apart. I could hear whispers carried on the wind, whispers that spoke of ancient rituals and unspeakable horrors. The air grew colder still, a biting chill that went beyond simple temperature, a coldness that seemed to seep into my very soul. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the swirling mists. It was tall and gaunt, its form shrouded in shadows, its features obscured by darkness. It moved with an unnatural grace, gliding across the uneven ground as if it were walking on air. It resembled the conductor, but amplified, the horrors of that monstrous silhouette magnified to an unbearable intensity. The figure stopped before us, and its voice, a low guttural rasp, sent chills crawling down my spine. "Welcome," it said, the words sounding more like a curse than a greeting, "to the place where dreams die and nightmares come to life." The air itself seemed to crackle with anticipation as the figure raised its hand. The shadows coalesced, solidifying, taking shape as the passengers' darkest fears, a spider the size of a small car for one, a faceless entity for another, and for me, a swirling vortex of time and space. The screams that followed echoed through the desolate landscape, swallowed by the wind and the darkness, lost to oblivion. My own personal nightmare manifested as a swirling vortex of distorted time and space, pulling me into a chaotic tapestry of fragmented memories. Moments from my past, both happy and terrible, twisted and distorted, played out before my eyes. My deepest regrets, my greatest fears, all intensified and manifested in the nightmare world of this final destination. The sensation was excruciating, a psychic tearing, a feeling of being stretched, broken, and reformed as the vortex shifted, reshaped. It felt like the entire universe was tearing apart and reconstructing itself around the warped core of my own existence. I saw alternate timelines, alternate choices, alternate versions of my life all unraveling into the vortex. Was I still on the train? Was this reality? Or was this some twisted afterlife? The vortex pulsed, threatening to consume me completely, leaving me lost to the cruel whims of the warped landscape. A single, chilling thought pierced the overwhelming chaos. There was no escape. This wasn't merely a journey, it was a descent, a final, irrevocable plunge into the heart of personal hell. The nightmare pressed in, relentless, unyielding, and in its chilling embrace, I understood the absolute, inescapable nature of my fate. This wasn't the end of a journey, it was the beginning of an eternity consumed by the most profound and terrifying horror imaginable, the terrifying confrontation with the truest, most agonizing reflection of myself. The last thing I experienced was not pain or fear, but a chilling, suffocating emptiness. The vortex, my personal hell, consumed me completely. And there was nothing left. Only the silent, desolate landscape, the whispering wind, and the dark, empty sockets of the monstrous towers remained. The Midnight Express had reached its final destination, and it was a destination that offered no return. Story 5: The Abandoned Village. The vortex relinquished its grip, not with a bang, but a whimper, leaving me sprawled on the cold, damp earth. The landscape had shifted, the monstrous towers receding, replaced by an impenetrable wall of trees, their branches intertwined like skeletal fingers, barring any escape. Gone were the whispers of the wind, replaced by a suffocating silence, broken only by the frantic thump-thump-thump of my own heart. I was alone. The other passengers vanished. Swallowed by the nightmare, consumed by their individual hells. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow, a crushing weight of isolation that settled deep within my bones. Panic, raw and primal, clawed its way up my throat. I was lost, hopelessly, terrifyingly lost, not just in this nightmarish landscape, but within myself. The forest was a suffocating labyrinth of darkness and decay. Twisted, gnarled trees clawed at the sky, their branches heavy with a clinging dampness. The air hung thick and heavy, saturated with the scent of rotting leaves and damp earth. Every shadow seemed to writhe and shift, every rustle of leaves sounded like a footstep approaching. My senses, already frayed by the ordeal on the train, were overwhelmed by a cacophony of sights and sounds that played upon my deepest fears. I tried to orient myself, to find a path, but the forest offered no easy answers. The trees were impossibly dense, their trunks thick and ancient, their roots snaking across the ground like grasping claws. There was no discernible trail, no path, no sign of any human presence. I was utterly, hopelessly alone, adrift in a sea of green darkness. The GPS device, miraculously still functioning, offered little comfort. It displayed a single, unnerving message, approaching destination. Destination? What destination? This was no destination, this was oblivion. I tried to retrace my steps, to find my way back to the train station, but the forest seemed to shift and change around me, mocking my every attempt at escape. The path I had just taken seemed to have vanished, swallowed by the impenetrable tangle of vegetation. As darkness deepened, the forest revealed its true nature. The shadows grew longer, deeper, more menacing. Unseen eyes seemed to watch me from behind every gnarled tree trunk, every twisted branch. The sounds of the forest intensified, the rustle of leaves, the snap of twigs, the creak of unseen branches, each sound a phantom footstep, each shadow a lurking predator. My imagination, fueled by fear, began to conjure monstrous shapes in the darkness, things that slithered and crawled and stalked through the undergrowth. My breath hitched in my throat. I could hear something moving through the undergrowth, a low, guttural sound, a guttural rasping that sent shivers down my spine. The sound was close, too close. I froze, my heart pounding like a drum against my ribs, my senses straining to pierce the darkness. Suddenly, a beam of moonlight pierced the canopy, illuminating a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a group of dilapidated buildings, their timber rotting, their windows dark and empty. A village. Or rather, the husk of a village. Abandoned, forgotten, consumed by the relentless embrace of the forest. The buildings were eerie, silent, and unsettling. A thick layer of dust coated everything, a fine gray film that lay over rotting wood and crumbling stone. Windows were broken, their empty sockets staring blankly into the night. Doors hung crookedly on their hinges, groaning in the faint night breeze, like the breath of the dead. The entire village seemed to be holding its breath, waiting. I approached cautiously, my boots crunching on the layer of dry leaves and decaying wood. The silence was deafening, heavy with an unspoken dread. It was the silence of death, the silence of desertion, the chilling absence of human life. I felt a prickling sensation on the back of my neck, a feeling of being watched, observed, judged by unseen eyes. The shadows seemed to deepen, to gather themselves around me, pressing in, whispering secrets I didn't want to hear. As I moved deeper into the village, the buildings became more unsettling. Many displayed unsettling patterns of decay, symbols carved into the wood. Some carvings were reminiscent of ancient runes, others were grotesque and disturbing, seeming to depict scenes of ritual sacrifice and unimaginable horror. The air grew colder, a chill that settled in my bones, a supernatural coldness that was unconnected to the autumn air. I sensed a palpable dread hanging in the air, a tangible sense of malevolent energy that clung to the rotting timbers of the deserted homes. One building stood out from the rest. It was slightly larger, built of darker, more robust stone, and seemed to dominate the village. There was a sense of age to it, a weighty history contained within its silent walls. A subtle glow emanated from within, a faint, ethereal light that flickered like a dying candle. Drawn by an irresistible force, I approached the structure, my heart pounding in my chest. As I reached the doorway, I heard a low, guttural growl. The hairs on my arms stood on end. This was no ordinary abandonment. This was a presence, something alive, something watchful. The building felt oppressive, suffocating, as though it were alive itself. It breathed a cold, musty air which spoke of ages of darkness and long-forgotten horrors. My flashlight beam cut across the interior, illuminating the skeletal remains of a once magnificent hall. The floor was covered in a thick layer of dust, punctuated by the occasional shard of shattered pottery or a discarded bone. The walls were adorned with unsettling murals, painted in a palette of blood reds and sickly yellows, depicting scenes of grotesque rituals and human sacrifice. Then I saw them. Figures huddled in the deepest shadows, their forms indistinct, their eyes burning with an unnatural light. They were shrouded in darkness, their features unseen, but their presence was undeniable, palpable, chilling. They seemed to sense my presence, and a low murmur arose from their ranks, a chorus of whispers that sent shivers down my spine. They were waiting. Waiting for something. Waiting for me. I turned and fled, the low growl echoing behind me. The unsettling glow of the building seemed to follow me as I ran, pushing me back towards the forest. The forest, once a terrifying maze, now seemed like my only hope of survival. I scrambled through the undergrowth, ignoring the thorns that tore at my skin, ignoring the branches that lashed at my face. I had to escape. I had to find my way out, back to a world where shadows didn't whisper and the air didn't reek of ancient evil. The abandoned village, and the horrors it concealed, would remain forever imprinted on my mind, a chilling testament to the darkest corners of the world, a journey that had taken me far beyond the realm of ordinary terror. The woods were still a labyrinth, but now they represented a chance of escape, a sliver of hope amidst the encompassing terror. The journey out was fraught with peril, yet it was a path towards some semblance of sanctuary, a flight from the nightmare that clung to the abandoned village like a shadow, a perpetual reminder of the darkness that lurks in the heart of the wilderness. The silence was the most unsettling thing. Not the peaceful quiet of a secluded forest, but a silence thick with the weight of absence, a void where the sounds of life should have been. It pressed down on me, a suffocating blanket of dread. The wind, which had howled through the trees earlier, had died completely, leaving an eerie stillness that amplified the creak of my boots on the decaying wood and the rustle of leaves underfoot. It was the silence of a place long forgotten, a place where time had stopped, leaving only the lingering ghosts of what once was. I moved deeper into the village, the decaying houses looming around me like skeletal sentinels. The air grew colder, a palpable chill that had nothing to do with the autumnal evening. It was a coldness that seeped into my bones, a supernatural chill that spoke of something ancient and malevolent. Each house was a testament to decay, its timbers rotting, its windows shattered, its doors hanging askew. The paint, where it still remained, was peeling and flaking, revealing layers of faded colors beneath, colors that seemed to scream of a violent and tumultuous past. Dust lay thick on everything, a fine gray film that coated every surface, a shroud of time that veiled the secrets hidden within. I ran my hand across a crumbling stone wall, the dust clinging to my fingers like a ghostly imprint. Underneath the dust, I felt the rough texture of the stone, cold and smooth beneath the layer of accumulated grime. The feeling was unnerving, like touching the skin of something long dead. Inside one of the houses, I found a scattering of personal effects, remnants of lives abruptly ended. A child's wooden toy lay half buried in the dust, its paint chipped and faded, a silent testament to a childhood cut short. A tattered photograph, its edges worn and frayed, showed a family portrait, a man, a woman, and two children, their faces blurred and indistinct, yet their happiness palpable, even through the ravages of time. The jarring contrast between the idyllic scene and the state of decay surrounding it was deeply unsettling. It whispered a story of sudden tragedy, of lives brutally interrupted, of a community consumed by a horror that had left no survivors. Another house yielded a collection of old books, their pages brittle and yellowed with age, their bindings crumbling into dust. The titles were mostly illegible, the words obscured by decay, but I managed to decipher a few texts on ancient rituals, forgotten languages, and obscure forms of magic. The books felt strange in my hands, their paper cold and dry, their pages whispering secrets that I did not want to know. I felt a shiver down my spine as I closed the last one, a feeling of unease settling over me like a shroud. As I explored further, I discovered a series of crudely drawn symbols carved into the wood of the houses. They were unsettlingly similar to the runes I had seen in the book, a language that seemed to speak of death, sacrifice, and an unseen power. Some carvings depicted grotesque figures, their limbs contorted, their expressions of unimaginable agony. Others showed scenes that seemed to represent ritual sacrifices, horrifying depictions of human suffering that left me breathless. The air grew heavy with a sense of dread, the very atmosphere of the village seeming to vibrate with a malevolent energy. The silence persisted, broken only by the occasional creak of a decaying floorboard or the sigh of the wind whispering through a broken window. But it was not a natural silence. It was a silence charged with an unseen presence, a weight of unspoken horror that pressed down on me, threatening to suffocate me. I felt a constant sense of being watched, of unseen eyes following my every move, judging me, testing me. The shadows seemed to deepen and shift around me, the darkness pulsating with a life of its own. As the sun began its descent, casting long, stretching shadows across the deserted village, I came across a well, its stonework crumbling and overgrown with weeds. A rope lay coiled beside it, its ends frayed and worn. The water within was stagnant and black, reflecting the darkness of the sky like a mirror. There was something about the well that was particularly disturbing, a sense of deep, ancient evil that emanated from it, like a bottomless pit of despair. I felt an instinctive repulsion, a powerful urge to turn away, to flee from this place before it consumed me entirely. I didn't need a guide or a map to know that I needed to leave. This wasn't just an abandoned village, it was a mausoleum, a repository of sorrow, and a chilling testament to a forgotten tragedy. The villagers' fate remained a mystery, yet the haunting silence, the decaying houses, and the unsettling clues painted a picture of a horrific end. A silence this complete, this heavy, couldn't be natural. It felt like the village itself was holding its breath, waiting for something, or perhaps someone, to return. And a profound sense of dread told me it wouldn't be a pleasant reunion. The escape back to the forest, despite its own terrors, felt like a return to relative sanity, a desperate flight from an unimaginable horror. The abandoned village, a silent monument to fear, would forever remain etched in my memory. The hairs on my neck prickled. It wasn't the cold, though the evening air was biting, seeping into my bones with a chilling persistence that went beyond the natural drop in temperature. It was something else entirely. A prickling sensation that spread from the nape of my neck down my spine, a feeling of being observed, of unseen eyes boring into me from the shadows. The silence, once merely unsettling, now felt pregnant with malice, a suffocating blanket woven from dread and anticipation. It wasn't just the absence of sound, it was the feeling that something wanted to be silent, that the very air itself was holding its breath. I stopped, my hand instinctively reaching for the worn leather-bound journal tucked into my backpack. The flickering beam of my headlamp sliced through the gloom, illuminating the decaying facades of the houses. Each seemed to lean in, their skeletal frames pressing closer, as if trying to encircle me, to trap me within their decaying embrace. The shadows lengthened, twisting and contorting into grotesque shapes that danced at the periphery of my vision. They seemed to writhe and pulse, as if alive, and I found myself constantly glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see something emerge from the darkness. The wind, which had died earlier, now whispered through the broken windows and shattered panes, carrying with it the faintest, most ethereal sounds. I strained to hear them, to decipher what they were, but they remained elusive, barely audible whispers that tantalized the edges of my perception. They sounded like sighs, or perhaps the rustle of cloth, the soft scrape of something dragging across the ground. Each sound sent a shiver of apprehension down my spine. The symbols carved into the wood were more pervasive than I had initially realized. They weren't confined to a few houses, they were everywhere, etched into every surface, a disturbing tapestry of runes and grotesque imagery that covered the decaying buildings like a morbid skin. The figures depicted in the carvings seemed to shift and change in the flickering light of my headlamp, their expressions of agony morphing into something more sinister, more malevolent. I felt a deep unease, a primal fear that resonated within my very being. These were not the markings of a forgotten people, these were warnings. I pressed on, drawn by an irresistible morbid curiosity, a dangerous compulsion to uncover the secrets hidden within this forsaken place. The deeper I ventured, the more intense the feeling of being watched became. It was as if the very stones of the village were aware of my presence, as if they were alive and actively participating in this terrifying game of hide-and-seek. The air grew thick with a palpable sense of malevolence, a suffocating presence that pressed down on me, weighing heavily upon my chest. I felt my heart pounding in my ears, the frantic rhythm a counterpoint to the ominous silence. I found myself pausing frequently, spinning around, my headlamp cutting through the darkness, searching for the source of the feeling. Yet, I found nothing. Only the decaying houses, the oppressive silence, and the ever-present shadows that seemed to breathe and shift around me. The feeling was almost physical, as if an unseen entity were pressing against me, trying to push me to the ground, to break my resolve. I fought the urge to run, to flee this cursed place, but something compelled me to continue. A desperate need to understand, to uncover the truth behind the village's eerie silence, to unravel the mystery of its desolate existence. I stumbled upon a small, dilapidated church, its steeple collapsed, its walls crumbling. The heavy wooden doors hung precariously on their hinges, their surfaces scarred and pitted with age. Hesitantly, I pushed them open, the wood groaning in protest. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of decay and damp earth. Dust motes danced in the beam of my headlamp, illuminating a scene of utter desolation. The pews were overturned and rotting, the altar shattered, the stained glass windows reduced to shards of colored glass scattered across the floor. But it was the presence in the church that truly unsettled me. It wasn't a physical presence, not in the way I could have expected a ghost or a demon. It was something subtler, more insidious, a weight, a pressure, an awareness that something ancient and malevolent had dwelled here, and even in its absence, its influence lingered. The silence here was profound, even more so than in the rest of the village. It was a silence that seemed to absorb all sound, that stifled even the slightest whisper. It was a silence that held its breath, waiting. As I moved deeper into the church, I noticed more of the symbols carved into the wood. These were more elaborate than the ones I had seen on the houses, more complex, more disturbing. They seemed to tell a story, a horrifying narrative of sacrifice and ritual. I felt a cold dread wash over me, a chilling realization that this was no ordinary abandoned village. This was a place of dark rituals, a place where unspeakable acts had been committed, a place where something ancient and malevolent still lingered. Suddenly, a low growl echoed through the ruined church. It was a deep, guttural sound, almost imperceptible at first, but growing steadily in intensity, building to a crescendo that seemed to vibrate through the very foundations of the building. My heart leaped into my throat. I spun around, my headlamp sweeping across the shadowy recesses of the church, but again, I saw nothing. The growl subsided, leaving only the oppressive silence, but the terror remained, a cold, clinging dread that clung to me like a shroud. The feeling of being watched intensified. It wasn't just a sense of observation, it was a feeling of being hunted, of being stalked by something unseen, something malevolent, something that lurked in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The air itself seemed to crackle with anticipation, the silence heavy with the promise of violence. I felt a primal instinct to flee, to escape this nightmarish place before whatever was lurking in the shadows found me. But I couldn't. Something held me captive, a morbid curiosity, a desperate need to understand. I had to know what had happened here, what had driven this once thriving village to its current state of ruin. I had to know what lurked in the shadows, what watched me from the darkness. The silence, the shadows, the symbols, they all whispered a story of unspeakable horror, and I was determined to hear it, even if it meant facing my own mortality. The setting sun cast long, distorted shadows across the church floor, turning familiar shapes into monstrous forms. Every creak of the decaying wood, every whisper of the wind, sent a fresh wave of fear washing over me. I felt exposed, vulnerable, utterly alone in the face of an unseen horror. And yet, something inside me, some perverse instinct for self-preservation, fueled my determination to uncover the truth. Even in the face of unimaginable fear, I knew that I couldn't leave until I understood what this place, this silent testament to terror, had concealed for so long. The silence held its breath, and I, with it, held my own, waiting for whatever darkness the night would bring. The weight of the sinister presence, no longer a feeling, but a palpable force pressed upon me. It was as if the entire village, in its death, was a single entity, and I was the trespasser it had been waiting for. The air grew colder, thicker, and the shadows became less like shadows and more like things themselves, watching, waiting. The growl returned, deeper this time, resonating not just in the church but seeming to emanate from the very ground beneath my feet. It was a sound that vibrated in my bones, a primal tremor that spoke of something ancient and immensely powerful. My headlamp beam danced nervously across the ruined interior, revealing nothing but dust and decay, yet the feeling of being watched intensified, becoming almost unbearable. It was no longer a subtle unease, it was a palpable presence, a suffocating weight pressing down on me, threatening to crush me. Then I saw them. At first, they were just flickers at the edge of my vision, shifting shadows that my mind desperately tried to rationalize as tricks of the light. But as my eyes adjusted to the darkness, they solidified, coalescing into forms that defied description. They weren't human, not entirely. They were elongated, skeletal figures, their limbs impossibly thin and their bodies shrouded in tattered, dark garments that seemed to absorb the little light that penetrated the gloom. Their faces were hidden in the shadows, but I could sense their eyes, 2 points of malevolent intelligence burning through the darkness, fixing me in their gaze. They moved with an unnatural grace, gliding across the uneven floor like wraiths, their movements fluid and silent. There were at least a dozen of them, perhaps more, their numbers lost in the swirling darkness of the church. A cold dread, colder than the damp air of the ruined building, seized me. This was not a simple haunting. This was something far more sinister, something beyond my comprehension. I tried to scream, but no sound escaped my lips. My throat was constricted, my lungs frozen with terror. My headlamp beam trembled in my hand, its light a feeble counterpoint to the encroaching darkness. The figures began to circle me, their silent movements creating a hypnotic, terrifying dance. Each step was deliberate, measured, as if they were toying with me, savoring my fear. The symbols carved into the wood of the church now seemed to glow faintly in the darkness, pulsing with a sickly, ethereal light. They were connected, I realized, linked in some unseen way to the shadowy figures surrounding me. They were not just decorations, they were conduits, pathways for something dark and ancient to enter this world. The figures moved closer, their forms solidifying in the flickering light. I could now make out the details, the sharp, angular bones protruding through their tattered clothes, the hollow sockets where their eyes should have been, filled only with an unnerving emptiness. Their hands, long and skeletal, reached towards me, their fingers twitching with a disturbing energy. A wave of nausea washed over me. I stumbled back, my legs weak with terror. I tripped over a piece of broken pew, crashing to the ground, my headlamp skittering across the dusty floor, casting wild shadows that danced and twisted in the corners of my vision. The figures converged on me, their movements now quicker, more urgent. I closed my eyes, bracing myself for the inevitable. But the attack never came. Instead, a different kind of terror seized me. The figures paused, their movements ceasing abruptly as if some unseen force had stopped them in their tracks. The air grew heavy with a palpable presence, something immense and ancient, filling the church with its power. The symbols on the walls flared brilliantly, bathing the church in an eerie, pulsating light. The ground trembled, and a low, guttural chanting filled the air, a sound both terrifying and strangely hypnotic. The figures bowed their heads, as if in supplication, their forms seeming to shrink, becoming less distinct, fading into the shadows as the chanting intensified. The light from the symbols grew brighter, blinding, until I could no longer see anything. I shielded my eyes, my body trembling, my ears ringing with the chanting. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the chanting stopped. The light faded, leaving the church shrouded in darkness once more. The figures were gone, vanished without a trace. Only the oppressive silence remained, broken only by the frantic pounding of my own heart. I lay there for a long time, too terrified to move, too overwhelmed to comprehend what I had just experienced. When I finally managed to raise myself, my headlamp lay a few feet away. I picked it up, the beam cutting through the gloom. The church was empty. The only evidence of the encounter was the lingering smell of decay and the deep, unsettling unease that clung to me like a shroud. Slowly, cautiously, I made my way out of the church, my heart still pounding in my chest. The shadows of the village seemed to press closer, more menacing than before. Every rustle of leaves, every whisper of the wind, sent a fresh wave of fear washing over me. I knew that I had only glimpsed a fraction of the horror hidden within this forsaken place. The encounter had left me shaken, terrified, but also strangely compelled to continue. The secrets of the abandoned village were still locked away in the darkness, and despite the overwhelming dread, I felt an irresistible urge to uncover them. The moon, now high in the sky, cast a pale, unsettling light across the deserted streets. The shadows danced around me, stretching and contracting, twisting and contorting, playing tricks on my eyes. I could have sworn I saw movement at the edge of my vision, fleeting glimpses of the shadowy figures, but when I turned to look, there was nothing. The silence of the village pressed down on me, suffocating, heavy with the weight of untold horrors. Yet, I moved forward, driven by a strange mixture of fear and fascination. As I walked, I noticed that the symbols were everywhere, not just on the buildings, but etched into the very stones of the streets, into the decaying fences, even into the ancient, gnarled trees that lined the roads. They seemed to pulsate with a faint, internal light, as if alive, as if they were a network of pathways, leading somewhere, or perhaps summoning something. The deeper I ventured into the village, the more pervasive the symbols became, the more intense the feeling of being watched. I found myself approaching a large, crumbling manor house at the heart of the village. It was the largest structure remaining, its stone facade cracked and decaying, its windows dark and empty, like vacant eye sockets staring out into the night. The symbols were more prevalent here, more elaborate, more terrifying than anywhere else I'd seen. They were not just markings, they were a language, telling a story that I could almost feel in my bones, a tale of sacrifice, ritual, and unspeakable horror. A chill deeper than the autumnal night descended upon me. The air around the manor house seemed to thicken, becoming charged with a palpable sense of malice. The shadows here seemed to writhe and pulse with a life of their own. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the cold, decaying stone of the doorway. Part of me screamed to run, to flee this cursed place. But another part, a morbid curiosity, a desperate need to uncover the truth, pushed me forward. I had to know. I had to see what lay beyond the threshold. With a deep breath, I pushed open the heavy oak door, its wood groaning in protest, revealing a darkened hallway stretching into the depths of the manor house. The smell of decay and damp earth was overwhelming, accompanied by a faint, metallic scent that sent a shiver down my spine. The silence inside was absolute, profound, broken only by the frantic beat of my own heart. I stepped inside, my headlamp cutting through the gloom, ready to face whatever horrors awaited me in the depths of the abandoned manor house. For I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the core, that this was the heart of the darkness, the center of the terror that had consumed this village, and whatever lay within, I had to confront. The shadows were waiting. And they were not alone. The heavy oak door swung shut behind me with a resounding thud, the sound echoing eerily in the oppressive silence of the manor house. My headlamp beam sliced through the gloom, revealing a long, dimly lit hallway stretching into the darkness. The air hung heavy with the scent of decay and damp earth, a metallic tang clinging to the back of my throat. Each step I took seemed to amplify the silence, the rhythmic thud of my boots a stark counterpoint to the unnerving stillness. The walls were lined with peeling wallpaper, its faded patterns hinting at a bygone era of elegance and prosperity. Now, only decay remained, the remnants of grandeur a testament to the village's forgotten past. Dust motes danced in the beam of my headlamp, swirling like tiny phantoms in the stagnant air. The shadows seemed to writhe and twist, playing tricks on my eyes, teasing my already frayed nerves. As I moved deeper into the manor house, the feeling of being watched intensified. It wasn't just a sense of unease, it was a palpable presence, a weight pressing down on me, making each breath a struggle. I strained my ears, listening for any sound, any indication of life or movement, but there was nothing but the echoing silence and the relentless thump of my own heart. The hallway opened into a large, cavernous room, once perhaps a grand ballroom or drawing room. Now, it was a desolate space, filled with crumbling furniture draped in cobwebs, its grandeur reduced to ruin. A vast fireplace dominated one wall, its blackened maw gaping wound in the room's decaying heart. The symbols were everywhere, etched into the crumbling stonework, carved into the warped wooden floorboards, even scrawled in the dust on the rotting furniture. They pulsed faintly, a sickly, ethereal light emanating from their depths, a chilling reminder of the unsettling power that permeated this place. I moved cautiously through the room, my headlamp beam dancing nervously across the decaying remnants of opulence. I touched a crumbling velvet curtain, its fabric dissolving into dust at my fingertips, and felt a sudden, sharp pain in my chest, a piercing sensation that made me gasp. The pain faded as quickly as it appeared, leaving behind only a lingering unease. It was as if the house itself was reacting to my presence, testing me, warning me. In the center of the room, I discovered a large, intricately carved wooden chest, its surface covered in the same unsettling symbols. The wood was dark and polished, despite the ravages of time, suggesting it was crafted from a rare, perhaps even enchanted wood. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the intricately carved lock. The symbols seemed to beckon, to invite me to unlock their secrets, yet a primal instinct screamed at me to leave it untouched. But curiosity, that insatiable demon, overcame my caution. With trembling hands, I carefully examined the lock, trying to decipher its mechanism. It seemed to be a complex puzzle, a combination of symbols and hidden levers. I spent what felt like hours, painstakingly manipulating the lock, my heart pounding in my chest with each failed attempt. Finally, with a satisfying click, the lock sprung open. I slowly lifted the heavy lid, my breath catching in my throat. Inside, nestled amongst faded velvet, lay a single, ancient book, bound in human skin. The symbols, the same chilling symbols I had seen throughout the village and the manor house, were embossed upon its cover, glowing with an eerie, internal light. The pages were brittle and yellowed, filled with a language I did not recognize, yet somehow understood. The words whispered of sacrifices, rituals, and a darkness far older than humanity itself. As I traced my finger across the pages, I felt a sudden, overwhelming sense of dread, a suffocating weight pressing down on me, crushing the air from my lungs. The room grew cold, the shadows swirling and deepening, as if the very walls were closing in on me. I felt a sharp, piercing pain in my head, a searing agony that made me cry out in pain. The symbols on the book flared brilliantly, bathing the room in an eerie, pulsating light. The book pulsed, vibrating in my hands, filling me with a surge of terrifying power. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the pain subsided. The light faded, the shadows retreated, leaving the room shrouded in an oppressive silence. The book lay inert in my hands, its power seemingly spent, but I felt changed, altered, somehow marked by the encounter. I slammed the book shut, a cold sweat dripping from my brow, and quickly closed the chest. I had to escape. I had to get out of this cursed place. I ran, blindly, through the manor house, pushing past collapsing furniture, stumbling over debris. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to escape. The shadows seemed to pursue me, their forms shifting and contorting, their presence a cold, suffocating weight on my soul. But I ran on, driven by a primal instinct to survive. I finally burst out of the manor house into the cold night air, gasping for breath, my heart pounding in my chest like a frantic drum. The village was shrouded in darkness, the symbols still pulsing faintly on the buildings, their unsettling glow a constant reminder of the horrors I had witnessed. I ran, not stopping until I reached the edge of the village, the darkness of the forest swallowing me whole. I didn't look back. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs ached, until the village was nothing more than a distant memory in the cold, silent night. But even now, as I write this, I feel the lingering presence of the village's darkness, a cold unease clinging to me like a shroud. Did I truly escape? Or am I still trapped, caught in the clutches of the ancient evil that dwells within those decaying walls? The question hangs heavy, unanswered, a chilling testament to the unspeakable terrors I encountered in the abandoned village. The unsettling silence remains. The symbols still pulse in my memory. And the shadows, I suspect, still wait. Story 6, The Lighthouse Keeper. The rhythmic crash of waves against the jagged rocks was the only constant companion to Thomas, the lighthouse keeper. For 5 years, he'd been the sole inhabitant of this windswept island, a speck of land swallowed by the vast, unforgiving ocean. The lighthouse, a stark white sentinel against the gray, turbulent sea, was his world, his prison, his sanctuary. Isolation, once a welcome retreat from the clamor of mainland life, had morphed into a gnawing, insidious beast. Initially, the solitude had been a balm. The endless expanse of ocean, the hypnotic sway of the waves, the raw, untamed beauty of the island, it had all been a source of solace. He'd spent his days tending the lamp, meticulously cleaning the lenses, polishing the brass until it gleamed, a ritual that gave structure to his days. Evenings were filled with the quiet companionship of books, the flickering light of the lamp casting dancing shadows on the worn pages. He'd write in his journal, chronicling the changing moods of the sea, the migration of birds, the subtle shifts in the island's ecosystem. But as the months stretched into years, a creeping unease began to settle in, a subtle shift in the balance of his isolated existence. The silence, once peaceful, now pressed down on him, a suffocating weight. The sounds of the sea, once comforting, now seemed to whisper secrets, their rhythmic crashing a relentless reminder of his isolation. The wind, whistling through the cracks in the stone walls of his dwelling, carried with it not the fresh scent of sea air, but a chilling undercurrent of something else, something indefinable yet profoundly unsettling. He started to see things. Or perhaps, he thought he saw things. Shadows flickered at the edge of his vision, fleeting glimpses of movement in the periphery, just out of reach of his lamplight. He'd catch the faintest scent of brine and something else, something acrid and metallic, a smell that clung to the air like a shroud. He found himself straining his ears, listening for sounds that were never quite there, the faintest whispers carried on the wind, unintelligible yet somehow menacing. Sleep became a battleground, the darkness of his small room teeming with phantoms. He'd wake in a cold sweat, his heart pounding, the remnants of nightmarish dreams clinging to him like the clinging sea mist. His dreams were vivid, populated by distorted figures, their faces obscured by shadows, their voices a cacophony of whispers and screams. They seemed to know his deepest fears, exploiting them, twisting them into grotesque parodies of his own reality. He tried to fight the creeping madness, clinging to his routine, to his books, to the meticulous care of the lamp. But the isolation was relentless, its tendrils wrapping around him, suffocating him, slowly stripping him of his sanity. The line between reality and hallucination blurred, the world outside his window shifting and morphing, taking on an almost surreal quality. One day, he stumbled upon an old chest hidden beneath a loose floorboard in his quarters. Inside, he found a leather-bound journal, its pages filled with a spidery script, the ink faded and blurred with age. It was the journal of a previous lighthouse keeper, a man named Silas, whose entries detailed a descent into a similar madness. Silas's writing spoke of strange occurrences, of unsettling encounters with unseen entities, of the crushing weight of isolation pushing him to the very brink of sanity. As Thomas read, he felt a chilling sense of familiarity, a recognition of the creeping dread that Silas had described. The journal confirmed his fears, validating his experiences, yet simultaneously deepening his despair. He was not alone in his descent into madness. He was merely following in the footsteps of others who had come before him. The entries became more frantic as the journal progressed, the writing increasingly erratic and incoherent, as if Silas's grip on reality was slipping. He described hearing voices, seeing things in the darkness, feeling a presence in his room, a palpable sense of being watched, of being hunted. His final entry was a single, blood-curdling scream, the words cut short, as if the page itself had screamed in terror. Thomas slammed the journal shut, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. The darkness of his small room seemed to press down on him, the shadows swirling and deepening, as if the unseen entities that Silas had described were gathering, their presence a suffocating weight on his soul. He looked out at the ocean, the raging storm mirroring the chaos within him. The lighthouse, once his sanctuary, now felt like a tomb, a prison from which there was no escape. The relentless pounding of the waves against the rocks became a deafening roar in his ears, a relentless reminder of his isolation, of his impending doom. He spent the next few days in a haze of fear and despair, his routine abandoned, his sanity fraying at the edges. The line between reality and hallucination was gone completely. He saw things constantly, shapes shifting in the darkness, faces appearing in the swirling mists, eyes watching him from the depths of the ocean. One particularly stormy night, the waves crashed over the rocks with ferocious energy, the wind howling a mournful lament. The lighthouse shuddered beneath the force of the elements, its rhythmic beam casting a wild, flickering dance across the raging sea. As the storm reached its peak, Thomas saw a figure emerge from the swirling mists, a spectral woman emerging from the turbulent waters. Her face was pale and gaunt, her eyes burning with an unearthly light. She beckoned to him, her voice a mournful whisper carried on the howling wind. He knew what she wanted, knew that she was beckoning him to join her, to escape the crushing weight of his isolation. He stood there, on the precipice of insanity, the decision a battle played out between the shadows and what little sanity he had left. The woman smiled, a ghastly, macabre expression that held a chilling promise of oblivion, and then, as quickly as she appeared, she vanished, swallowed by the tumultuous waters. The storm eventually subsided, leaving behind an eerie calm, a silence that felt even more profound after the maelstrom. Thomas remained. He stayed on the island, a haunted man trapped in his own personal hell. Whether he succumbed to the madness or managed to claw his way back from the abyss, no one would ever know. The lighthouse still stands, a stark silhouette against the vast and unforgiving ocean, its silent sentinel watching over a secret shrouded in the chilling whispers of the wind and the endless crash of the waves, a grim testament to the horrors of absolute isolation. The days bled into weeks, then months, marked only by the relentless rhythm of the waves and the slow, agonizing decay of Thomas's sanity. The Journal of Silas, with its chillingly familiar accounts of madness, had become his constant companion, a morbid mirror reflecting his own spiraling descent. He reread Silas's final, frantic entries, the desperate scrawl a testament to the overwhelming terror that had consumed him. The fear wasn't just a phantom, it was a tangible presence, a chilling weight pressing down on him, suffocating him. It began subtly, almost imperceptibly. Flickering lights on the horizon, initially dismissed as reflections or distant ships, became more frequent, more persistent. They weren't the steady, predictable glow of vessels navigating the sea. These lights pulsed, danced, shifting and shimmering with an unsettling, almost sentient quality. Sometimes, they were single points of light, sharp and piercing. Other times they coalesced into nebulous shapes, shifting and reforming like phantom creatures in the inky blackness of the sea. These lights weren't merely visual, they seemed to permeate his very being, a cold, unsettling energy that vibrated through the stone walls of the lighthouse, resonating deep within his bones. He felt a constant prickling sensation on his skin, a feeling of being watched, of being surrounded by unseen eyes. The air itself felt charged, thick with an unseen energy, a palpable sense of dread. The shadows, too, became more pronounced, more menacing. They no longer flickered at the edge of his vision. They were substantial, dark entities that seemed to writhe and shift, mimicking the movements of the lights on the horizon. They stretched and contorted, taking on the forms of grotesque figures, their shapes shifting and reforming with each passing moment, a macabre dance of darkness. He would see them slithering across the floor, their edges blurred and indistinct, their movements impossible to define, a surreal blend of reality and hallucination. Sleep offered no respite. His dreams were now relentless nightmares, filled with the pulsating lights, the writhing shadows, and the chilling whispers of Silas's unseen tormentors. The spectral woman from the storm appeared frequently, her face an ever-changing mask of horror, her voice a symphony of mournful cries echoing the relentless pounding of the waves. He'd wake in a cold sweat, his heart pounding a frantic rhythm against his ribs, the lingering chill of his dreams clinging to him like the damp sea air. The isolation, once a chosen solitude, had become a malevolent entity, feeding on his fear, his despair, twisting his reality into a grotesque parody of his former life. The rhythmic crash of the waves, once comforting, now sounded like a constant dirge, a ceaseless reminder of his inescapable imprisonment. The wind, whistling through the cracks in the walls, seemed to carry with it not just the scent of brine and sea salt, but the chilling whispers of unseen entities, voices that promised oblivion and whispered his name. He tried to rationalize the lights, to find a logical explanation for their presence. Perhaps it was a phenomenon related to the strange magnetic currents known to exist in this remote part of the ocean. Maybe it was a trick of the light, a reflection of the moon on the turbulent waters, or a mirage created by the shifting atmospheric conditions. But deep down, he knew that these were no ordinary lights, no natural phenomena. There was something else, something far more sinister, something that played upon his fears, feeding on his isolation, drawing him ever closer to the abyss. He started leaving notes, desperate scrawls on scraps of paper, attempting to chronicle the escalating phenomena. His handwriting became increasingly erratic, mirroring the chaotic turmoil within his mind. The notes were a mixture of observations, fears, and pleas for help, a testament to his waning sanity. He left them scattered around the lighthouse, in the hope that someone, someday, would find them and understand the horrors he had witnessed. Days turned into a blur of fear and despair. He abandoned his routine, the meticulous tending of the lamp now a meaningless task. He spent most of his time huddled in the corner of his room, clutching Silas's journal, its pages a macabre testament to his impending fate. He found himself speaking to Silas's entries, as if the dead lighthouse keeper could somehow offer solace, or a solution to the madness enveloping him. The lights intensified. They became brighter, more frequent, their pulsating rhythm a relentless assault on his senses. The shadows deepened, their grotesque forms growing more distinct, their movements more menacing. He saw faces in the darkness, eyes watching him from the swirling mists, and he heard whispers, voices carried on the wind, speaking his name, taunting him, tempting him toward oblivion. He felt a tangible presence in the lighthouse, a malevolent force that seemed to feed on his despair. He felt a constant sensation of being watched, of being hunted, a chilling feeling that he was not alone. His every action was accompanied by a subtle chill, an unsettling tremor that emanated from the darkness, lurking just beyond the reach of his lamplight. He felt himself slipping, the boundary between reality and hallucination dissolving into a chaotic blend of dread and despair. The lighthouse, once his sanctuary, had become his prison, his tomb. The crashing waves, the howling wind, the pulsating lights, the writhing shadows, all combined to create a symphony of terror, a relentless assault that threatened to shatter his sanity completely. The sea, once his solace, now seemed to be conspiring against him, its depths teeming with unseen entities, beckoning him to join them in their dark, watery embrace. He knew, with a terrifying certainty, that the end was near, that his descent into madness was complete and irreversible. The lights on the horizon pulsed one last time, and then silence. A silence broken only by the relentless pounding of the waves, the grim, enduring testament to a fate sealed by isolation, madness, and the strange, ethereal lights of the sea. The silence, following the final pulse of the ethereal lights, was the most terrifying thing yet. It wasn't the peaceful, comforting quiet of a deserted island. This was a silence pregnant with dread, a vacuum sucking the air from his lungs, leaving him gasping for breath in a world devoid of sound, yet somehow deafeningly loud. The rhythmic crash of the waves, once a grim dirge, now seemed strangely muted, their usual ferocity dampened, replaced by a chilling stillness that pressed upon him like a physical weight. Then it began. A low, guttural groan, rising from the depths of the ocean, a sound that resonated not just in his ears, but deep within his bones. It wasn't the familiar moan of the sea, the mournful cry of the wind. This was something else entirely, something ancient and malevolent, a sound that spoke of unimaginable horrors lurking beneath the surface of the waves. The groan was followed by a series of clicks and pops, like the snapping of bones or the grinding of teeth, each sound sending a fresh wave of icy terror through him. He pressed his hands against his ears, trying to block out the disturbing symphony, but the sound seemed to penetrate his skull, reverberating within his very being. He stumbled to his feet, his legs weak and trembling, and pressed himself against the thick glass of the lighthouse window, his gaze fixed on the churning black water below. The storm had subsided, leaving behind a deceptively calm sea, but the unsettling noises continued, growing in intensity, their unsettling rhythm a relentless assault on his senses. He could feel the vibrations through the stone floor of the lighthouse, a tangible manifestation of the unseen horrors lurking beneath the waves. The sounds shifted, morphing into a cacophony of unsettling noises, the rasping of claws on stone, the slithering of something large and unseen, the guttural cries of creatures beyond human comprehension. It was a chorus of dread, a symphony of the abyss, each note a chilling reminder of the vast, unknown terrors that lay hidden beneath the ocean's surface. He felt a primal fear, a desperate urge to flee, to escape the horrors that surrounded him, but he was trapped, a prisoner in his own isolated world, at the mercy of whatever lurked in the depths below. He scrambled back, away from the window, his heart pounding a frantic rhythm against his ribs. He fumbled for his journal, his hands shaking uncontrollably, and frantically scribbled down his observations, his words a desperate attempt to grasp at the rapidly unraveling threads of his sanity. The ink smeared, blurring the already chaotic scrawl of his handwriting, a reflection of the chaotic turmoil within his mind. He wrote of the sounds, of the vibrations, of the palpable sense of dread that permeated the lighthouse, turning his once safe haven into a terrifying prison. The noises continued, escalating in intensity. He could hear the distinct sound of something large and heavy dragging across the seabed, the sound scraping against the rocks below, resonating through the stone walls of the lighthouse like a death knell. He pictured monstrous shapes, vast and unknowable, their tentacles and limbs snaking through the dark, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The ocean's depths, once a source of mystery and fascination, now felt like a living hell, teeming with unspeakable terrors. He tried to find refuge in the light of his lamp, but the shadows seemed to deepen, their grotesque forms growing more pronounced, their movements more menacing. The flickering lamplight seemed to amplify the shadows, throwing grotesque figures on the walls, their shapes shifting and reforming, mocking him with their grotesque parody of human form. He felt himself slipping, the boundaries between reality and hallucination dissolving into a chaotic blend of fear and despair. The noises intensified, becoming a deafening roar, a cacophony of horrific sounds that threatened to overwhelm his senses. He clutched his head, his ears ringing, his eyes squeezed shut, struggling to block out the terrifying symphony of the abyss. He could feel the vibrations shaking the very foundations of the lighthouse, the stone walls trembling under the immense pressure of whatever was lurking beneath the waves. He imagined the sea floor cracking, the abyss opening up, releasing unimaginable horrors into the world. In a desperate attempt to find some semblance of peace, he sought refuge in Silas's journal, rereading his frantic entries, seeking some kind of explanation, some kind of hope. But Silas's words offered no comfort, they only deepened his despair, highlighting the futility of his situation, the inevitability of his fate. The words seemed to echo the sounds from below, a chilling duet of despair and madness. He noticed something new amidst the chaos. Intermingled with the monstrous groans and scrapes were faint, high-pitched whispers, barely audible above the din. He strained to hear them, focusing on the sounds, trying to decipher their meaning. They were barely perceptible, like the faintest breath of wind, but they were distinctly different from the other sounds. They sounded human, but not human in the sense of familiar, comforting sounds. These were whispers of terror, filled with agony and despair, desperate pleas for help that seemed to fade into the monstrous cacophony of the deep. He felt a profound sense of isolation, a chilling understanding of the utter helplessness that must have consumed Silas in his final moments. It was a shared fate, a chilling echo of the lighthouse keeper's descent into madness. The whispers intensified, weaving their way through the cacophony, becoming more distinct, more coherent. He could almost make out words, fragments of sentences, cries for help, and pleas for forgiveness. But the monstrous sounds would quickly overwhelm them, reducing them to a chilling whisper again, a reminder that even amidst the chaos of the abyss, human voices could be swallowed whole. The sounds below seemed to draw nearer. The vibrations intensified, the lighthouse trembling violently. He felt a cold dread, a sickening certainty that whatever lurked beneath the surface was not merely observing him, but closing in, ready to drag him down into the abyss. He knew that this was the end. He had no illusions left, no hope for rescue. He was alone, utterly alone, in a world consumed by darkness, surrounded by sounds that spoke of unimaginable horrors, haunted by the echoes of Silas's demise, his own impending fate a grim reflection of the lighthouse keeper's tragic end. The rhythmic pounding of the waves, the rasping of claws, the grinding of teeth, the whispers of despair, all culminating in a monstrous crescendo, a symphony of terror that would engulf him completely, leaving nothing but silence, a silence far more terrifying than any sound. The silence of the deep. The silence of oblivion. He pressed his forehead against the cold glass, the chill seeping into his bones, mirroring the icy dread that had taken root in his soul. The journal lay open on the floor, Silas's frantic scrawl a testament to the madness that had consumed him. He reread the final entries, the ink smeared and blurred, reflecting the disintegration of Silas's mind, a mirror to his own rapidly eroding sanity. The words spoke of a growing darkness, of unsettling sounds from the depths, of a creeping terror that had insinuated itself into the very fabric of the lighthouse. Silas had described the whispers, those barely audible sounds that had pierced the monstrous cacophony of the deep, and the growing fear that these were not just sounds, but voices. The isolation was a crushing weight, pressing down on him, exacerbating the growing paranoia. Days bled into nights, the rhythmic crash of the waves a relentless reminder of his confinement, the constant pounding a deafening drumbeat to his mounting despair. The lighthouse, once a symbol of hope and guidance, had become his prison, its walls closing in, the light within a mocking symbol of his desperate loneliness. The food stores were dwindling, the water becoming scarce, the physical deprivation mirroring the emotional starvation that was slowly consuming him. He began to see things, or perhaps more accurately, he began to see them fleeting glimpses of monstrous shapes in the shadows, grotesque parodies of life swirling in the periphery of his vision. Were they real or manifestations of his growing madness? He wasn't sure. The line between reality and hallucination blurred, the boundaries dissolving into a chaotic blend of fear and paranoia. The sounds from below continued, a relentless symphony of dread. The monstrous groans, the scraping of claws, the grinding of teeth, it was an infernal orchestra playing out the disintegration of his sanity. The whispers, too, grew more insistent, more coherent. He strained to make out the words, piecing together fragments of sentences, desperate pleas, and chilling confessions. They were filled with a despair so profound, so utterly hopeless, that it chilled him to the core. It was the despair of a man facing the abyss, the agonizing awareness of an inescapable fate. He started talking to himself, a desperate attempt to maintain some semblance of sanity, to fight against the encroaching darkness. He spoke to Silas, to the phantom presence he felt lurking in the shadows, to the unseen entities that seemed to inhabit the lighthouse. He argued with them, pleaded with them, cursed them, a futile struggle against the forces that were pulling him under. Sleep offered little respite. His dreams were filled with the grotesque shapes he saw in the shadows, with the chilling whispers that echoed in his mind, with the monstrous sounds that rose from the depths. He would wake with a start, his heart pounding, his breath ragged, the unsettling sounds from the ocean echoing in his ears, the lingering sensation of unseen eyes upon him. He attempted to document everything in the journal, a desperate effort to preserve his sanity, to impose order on the chaos that was consuming him. But his handwriting became more erratic, the sentences shorter, the words more fragmented, the ink smudged and smeared, mirroring the deterioration of his mental state. He was losing himself, drowning in the ocean of his own fear. The food ran out. The water was gone. His body was weak, his mind fractured. He relied on the dwindling reserves of strength and willpower. Yet he found a strange, perverse determination to resist, a fierce refusal to succumb to the madness that was consuming him. He clung to the hope of rescue, however faint. It was his last lifeline. The whispers became clearer. He began to understand them, to comprehend the horrifying truth they revealed. There were the voices of the previous lighthouse keepers, the echoes of their desperation, their final pleas trapped within the walls of the lighthouse, bound to this desolate place by their tragic fates. Silas's warnings had been accurate, and his fate was now inevitable. He was joining their tormented chorus. He was becoming one of them. The lighthouse itself seemed to be changing. The walls felt colder, the air heavier, the shadows deeper. He felt a malevolent presence, something ancient and powerful, a dark energy that emanated from the structure itself. He was not merely trapped in the lighthouse, he was trapped within its malevolent spirit. The lighthouse was a living entity, feeding on the despair and madness of its inhabitants. The final entry in the journal was a single, frantic word, scrawled in blood-red ink: "They're coming." The following page was blank, a testament to the final victory of the abyss. The last sound he heard, before the darkness claimed him, was the sound of his own voice joining the ghostly chorus, his desperate screams lost to the infinite murmur of the waves, swallowed by the sea's secrets. The silence that followed was not the silence of peace, but the chilling silence of oblivion, the absolute absence of any sound, a profound and terrifying void that held not just him, but the echoes of countless others who had been consumed by the lighthouse's curse, the sea's insatiable hunger for souls. The sea held its secrets tightly, the whispers of the damned lost to the infinite vastness of the ocean, consumed by the crushing weight of water and time. The lighthouse stood tall, a silent sentinel, guarding the sea's secrets, patiently awaiting its next victim. The rhythmic crash of the waves, once a monotonous lullaby, now grated on his nerves, a constant, relentless percussion accompanying the symphony of dread that emanated from the depths. He pressed his ear against the cold, damp stone of the lighthouse wall, trying to decipher the unsettling sounds, a low, guttural groaning that seemed to rise from the very bowels of the earth, punctuated by the sickening scrape of something massive dragging itself across the seabed. It was a sound that burrowed into his bones, a primal fear that resonated deep within his soul, a sound that spoke of ancient horrors and unspeakable entities. Days turned into a blur of paranoia and hallucinations. The flickering lamplight cast grotesque shadows that danced and writhed on the walls, transforming familiar objects into monstrous shapes. He saw eyes, countless eyes, staring at him from the darkness, watching him, judging him. He would start at sudden movements, convinced he was not alone, that something was watching him, waiting for him, poised to strike. His reflection in the glass became distorted, a grotesque caricature of his deteriorating physical and mental state. Hunger gnawed at his stomach, a constant, gnawing reminder of his isolation and impending doom. Thirst parched his throat, each swallow a painful reminder of his dwindling supplies. His body ached, weakened by the lack of food and sleep, his limbs heavy and trembling. The relentless pounding of the waves, the chilling whispers, the monstrous sounds from below, they were slowly eroding his very being, chipping away at his sanity until he was left with only a shell of a man. One day, while exploring the lower levels of the lighthouse, a loose floorboard revealed a hidden compartment. Inside, he found a weathered, leather-bound book. Its pages were filled with faded, spidery script, detailing the history of the lighthouse and its keepers. As he read, a chilling realization dawned on him. The lighthouse was more than just a structure, it was a vessel, a conduit to something ancient and malevolent. The journal spoke of rituals, of sacrifices, of a pact made with the sea itself. It detailed how each lighthouse keeper, before succumbing to madness and death, had performed a specific ritual, a dark communion with the abyss. The ritual involved lowering a vessel into the ocean, a vessel containing something. The details were vague, obscured by time and decay, but the implication was clear. The lighthouse keepers weren't just dying, they were offering something to the sea. Driven by a morbid curiosity, and perhaps a desperate need for distraction from his despair, he decided to investigate further. He descended the winding, creaking stairs to the basement, the air growing heavy and oppressive with each step. The darkness was absolute, thick and suffocating, the only light coming from the flickering lamp in his hand. He reached the lowest level, a cavernous chamber where the stone walls were slick with moisture and the air hung heavy with the stench of salt and decay. In the center of the room was a heavy, iron hatch. He wrestled with it, his weakened hands struggling against the rusted metal, finally managing to pry it open. Below, he saw an abyss, a gaping maw that seemed to swallow the light from his lamp. The air itself seemed to vibrate with an unnatural energy, a palpable sense of dread emanating from the depths. He cautiously lowered his lamp into the darkness, its beam struggling to penetrate the inky blackness. Then he saw it. Something moved below, a colossal, serpentine form that writhed and pulsed in the inky water. Its scales shimmered with an unnatural phosphorescent light, its eyes, enormous, luminous orbs, fixated on him. It was immense, gigantic, a creature of nightmare, a being beyond human comprehension. Terror gripped him, freezing him to the spot. The creature stirred, its colossal body moving with an unnerving grace, its presence a crushing weight on his soul. He recoiled, his lamp slipping from his grasp, plunging him into absolute darkness. A guttural growl echoed from the abyss, the sound reverberating through his very bones. He scrambled back, his heart pounding in his chest, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He stumbled back up the stairs, his eyes wide with fear, his mind reeling from the horror he had witnessed. The image of that monstrous being, that thing from the abyss, was seared into his memory. He barely made it back to the lamp room before collapsing, his body racked with exhaustion, his mind consumed by the sheer terror of his discovery. The whispers intensified, growing louder, more insistent, almost a chorus of voices now, surrounding him, closing in. The sounds from below were relentless, a monstrous orchestra playing out his final moments. He scribbled in his journal, his hand shaking uncontrollably. He wrote about the creature, about its horrifying size and the unnerving power it radiated. He wrote about the pact, about the sacrifices, about the truth he had uncovered. The lighthouse wasn't just a beacon of hope, but a conduit, a prison. The sea, the abyss, the creature, they were one. And the lighthouse was their gateway. His writing grew more frantic, the words blurring into a chaotic jumble of fear and despair. He could hear it now, the creature's approach. It was coming for him. He could feel its presence, a cold, malevolent force that emanated from the very depths of the ocean, rising inexorably towards him. He tried to fight back, to resist the encroaching darkness, but his strength was failing. His body was weak, his mind fractured. He was alone, utterly alone, facing the ultimate abyss, the chilling embrace of oblivion. The last entry in the journal was a single, blood-red word, consumed. The page was blank thereafter. The journal lay open, a final testament to his demise, a morbid souvenir left for the next unsuspecting victim of the lighthouse's insidious curse. The lighthouse stood tall, a silent sentinel, its light a beacon to the abyss, its secrets forever locked within the cold, unforgiving embrace of the sea. The whispers continued, eternally echoing in the emptiness, the chorus of the damned lost to the unforgiving sea, a testament to the chilling horror that lurked beneath the waves and the unending abyss. The waves relentlessly crashed against the rocks, a constant and terrifying reminder of the sea's insatiable hunger, the relentless rhythm of oblivion.
If you've made it this far, you've heard the whispers. The static doesn't lie. If something felt too close tonight, it probably was. Subscribe for more tales that reach through the dark. Drop a comment below. What time is it right now where you are? And who's watching with you?